Salutations, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Podcast The Storm, where socially awkward outcasts, crazy weirdos, and all around nerds convene to talk and debate all things pop culture. With me, as always, is my co-host, the nerdy occultist, aka the Authenticator, Dalton L. Mortimer.
Hi, folks. It's going to be an interesting week.
Yeah, and I am your host, last time we want to be the Brainstormer Pop Culture. How's everyone doing tonight?
I am doing well. Apparently, the four fuckers that hexed the moon and the Fae aren't doing so hot because they pissed off the wrong people. For those that don't know and require the necessary exposition, a bunch of novice New Age, basically hippie-type practitioners got it in their heads to organize on the social media app TikTok and hex the moon, and then after that they decided to hex the entire race of Fae. And according to my friend who works with Fae, the fairy queens were not happy at all.
Right. We have a it's been kind of an interesting week. We already kind of have everything for next week's podcast.
Yeah.
I think.
It's weird to actually be able to plan ahead for once.
Speaking of which, we really gotta have some time to discuss podcast 100.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. And months leading up to that, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so we have 2 articles, and then we're going to do 2 reviews. So our first one will be one we did not finish last week due to time, and also our brains were kind of shorting now because of the stupid.
Yes, there was a vast metric tonnage of stupid per capita in that article.
Right. Okay. So let me move this back up. So we have. Okay. So this is from Polygon. Games need to return to black and white morality. Tales of good versus evil are more relevant than ever by Ki Hoon Chan. It's published on August 3rd, 2020. So we covered like a first part of it last week. Like I said, we weren't able to finish it because of time and stuff, and it's a really long article.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we're going to try at least to finish it here. Hopefully, we will. And I have a mouse in my room, caught in a bag.
Again with the mice.
I can't help it.
Well, at least your house didn't need to get fumigated for spiders a couple months ago.
Oh yeah, you told me about that.
Yeah, and then after the spiders all died, a bunch of fucking flies started showing up. So I'm beginning to think that the spiders were able to proliferate like they did because of all the fucking flies.
Right. Okay, so yeah, so that's kind of our game plan for tonight, just to get this done and move forward.
Uh-huh.
All right, so the twists and turns of black and white tales. The objective. Wait, should I reread the stuff we covered last week so we are kind of caught up on it, or should we just move forward?
Um, if there's anything in the previous paragraph that's relevant to this, then sure. If not, then we
I
can.
mean, we finished. It was a different topic.
Section.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Well, then I don't think it's necessary to reread.
Okay. Okay. All right. The objective morality of black and white stories does deliver the dramatic tension that many seek in morally gray stories. The latter typically taking place in a desolate universe where everyone can be muddied by the corruptible stench of depravity or even just the need to survive. I mean, kind of every story has that to an extent.
Well, I mean, that's sort of the point we made last week, though. There's no reason you need to lean too much on either of these story types to get what you're looking for. What you need, sir, is the qualitative standards and the meritocracy. If you're good at writing full stop, then you can turn basically any story into a good story.
Right. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
Brainstormer has demonstrated this to me time and again because he comes up with story concepts that I wouldn't think I would like a lot, and by the time he finishes explaining to me how he plans to use them, I'm on board.
Right. I think we've had this, and yeah, we've had these conversations many times,
Yeah.
many times. And like the current story I'm trying to write, the fantasy series I'm working on, Saga Fable. Um, I told you that I wanted to incorporate a lot of different things from various different fantasy genres,
Mm-hmm.
right? And I told you like, and it's kind of it is relevant to this article on the fact that I've overall it is basic wise, like if you were to strip it to its bare bones, it is very much a good versus evil,
Mm-hmm.
right? And the stuff we've discussed, I've gone more into the meat of it, right?
Yeah.
And like how while it is a battle of good versus evil, there are elements in it that kind of have this grayness to it, like how the quote unquote main villains of the story aren't really villains of their choice,
Mm-hmm.
you know.
And it's the same way with other kinds of storytelling too. Like Brainstorm and I were just discussing the differences between Avatar: The Last Airbender and Legend of Korra before we came on stream.
Yeah.
Well, in theory, Avatar: The Last Airbender should be um morally black and white. I mean, you've got the Avatar who is the embodiment of balance, and then you've got the Fire Nation who, for the most part, seem to be sadistic, murderous, imperial fucks.
Right, but
That being said, one of the most pure and innocent and good and wholesome people in the Avatar universe, at least as far as the original series, is Uncle Iroh. And one of the most satisfying arcs in the series is the redemption arc of Zuko, who was the original main protagonist of the series.
wait, did you say protagonist or antagonist?
Or I said antagonist.
I thought you said protagonist, but that's my bad.
Okay, but yeah, he was the original main antagonist of the series, and yet one of the most satisfying arcs of the show is his redemption arc.
Right.
And more to the point, um, the show doesn't end with the big epic, the good and the evil clash it out and one of them ends up dead thing, because Avatar as a series was smart enough to know that its main character Aang, being the, quasi-Buddhist air nomad pacifist that he was, would prefer a solution where people didn't fucking die.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
And also, if there are comics that came out that kind of continue the series after the ending of Airbender, and like
Hmm.
show that it's not so simple. It wasn't like a true fairy tale ending either.
Hmm.
Like there were things to be done to try and help the world. Like 100 Years War leaves scars on people.
Yeah.
Not to mention like the other factions, like the Earth Kingdom, the Water Tribe. Well, Water Tribe's pretty cool for the most part.
Well, it's largely probably just due to the fact that there aren't enough of them for there to be enough assholes to be a problem.
Right, right. But my
Is
point
the problem with
is,
the problem with the water tribes.
but my point is, in the Earth Kingdom, the Boss Sing Se arc, which was one of the best arcs in the series.
Yes,
Um,
it, it is not the Earth Kingdom is not the lone shining city on the hill type place.
right. It
It,
is full of corruption, lies, and secrets, spies.
that being said, at no point in the series is anything dingy, gray, and grounded and nihilistic.
Well, okay.
I
Never mind. I was gonna say something about the color palettes in certain situations, but that's completely irrelevant.
Yeah, but even in the places where the color palette is darker or dingier, it's still vastly more color than even most modern animation has.
Um, okay, this is evolving into something else. Back on track. Back on track.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But the point I was making is, the author of this article seems to believe in this dichotomy of either, you know, a House or Rick and Morty style nihilistic world where everything is dingy and gray and crappy, or a, you know, classical golden age Superman world where everything is uh morality tales and propaganda episodes and the very special episode you had in like the 90s and like this has been a public service announcement type
Right.
show. But but there are times like in Avatar where things are morally complicated without being nihilistic or even in the colloquial sense realistic, which I think realism in a lot of cases is just a poor man's softcore substitute for nihilism.
And to kind of get more into it, I know you want to bring up one last good thing from Avatar, which I wish would have been more touched
Mm-hmm.
upon. Maybe
Uh-huh.
was Jet.
Uh-huh.
Right. And if anyone doesn't remember Jet, which I don't think he had a lot of appearances in the show, obviously.
It was just his main episode, and
A few guest spots here and there.
yeah, a few episodes in the transition period of Book Two where they're on their way to Bossing Say, and then of course the Lake Laogai subplot.
Oh boy. Oof. Okay. But
Yeah.
he's an interesting character on the fact that he is very much. Well, I don't know if I wouldn't say he's morally great. I think he's kind of devolved from being a morally great character into more of a.
Yeah, he's as close to just straight up black hat as we get in
Well,
Avatar, aside from maybe Ozai.
I don't think he's. I don't think he's really black hat. I think he's more. He's complicated in the sense that he cannot let go of the tragedy of his past.
Yeah, I think he's a doomed hero, if anything, because
Yeah.
his whole arc is trying desperately um to let go of the trauma and not succeeding. And even when he does manage to, the corrupt
Nice.
forces within the even when he does manage to, the corrupt forces of the Earth Kingdom just straight up brainwash him, and then he
Nice.
and then he dies ambiguously off screen, which even the probably the worst episode of the series, the Emerald Island Players, made fun of that episode. Made fun of the fact that we don't know whether Jet died or not because he just sort of
But
goes
yeah,
off screen and is no more.
very tragic character on the fact that he could have been good, and he actually could have been pretty valuable asset to
Team Avatar.
yeah. And honestly, I think he would have been pretty cool as like a kind of partner in crime with Zuko.
That would have been interesting. It also would have been interesting if when Sokka goes looking for a teacher, if maybe in addition to the master that he found, maybe he would learn sort of street brawling stuff and stuff like that from Jet if Jet was still around at that point.
Right. And again, he's a character that is very much morally gray, leaning more into the blackness.
Yeah, the darker aspects of morally gray. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, but I think ultimately it's a fascinating character to play with and like watch. But again, like he is kind of a piece of the larger kind of story, which again, if you strip it down to its bare bones, is a story of good versus evil.
Mm-hmm.
But when you add the meat and stuff to it,
it becomes a lot more morally gray without going straight up nihilism.
right?
Which does appear to be the dichotomy that this person is insisting upon. Either it's idyllic golden age, morality play Superman style, or it's dingy, gray, decrepit, everything is, stone and concrete and nothing unlikely ever happens sort of
So,
realism.
so Zack Snyder.
Yeah, pretty much. Minus maybe the Randian aspect, because I don't think in any universe the writer of this article would ever even approach Randian objectivism. Which, fair enough. A lot of the people who say that they're Ayn Rand enthusiasts are just nihilistic edgelords looking to create a ideology around themselves and their own self-interest, but that's neither here nor there.
Speaking of Iron Man, I watched that video you sent me all that time ago.
Oh, the interview video?
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel really bad for Ayn Rand because, as with a lot of philosophers, she herself makes a lot of really great points, and then idiots got a hold of it and turned it into something really, 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 really stupid.
Honestly, it really did get me thinking, and I would have felt really. I would have preferred to have a sit down with Iron Man myself and have a discussion of it.
Yeah, she would have been one of the philosophers I would want to have as a dinner guest, just because she whatever you may think of her conclusions and what she does with her conclusions, her like her thought process makes sense. I just would disagree with her where she would follow those conclusions to, I think.
Yeah. Okay.
That's sidebar of a completely different color. Moving on.
Yeah. All right. So much gray pop culture exists in worlds where terrible acts beget terrible consequences. The cycles of violence wrought by morally ambiguous characters persist endlessly. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the. I think that's kind of how the story was written to be. You know.
Yeah, but again, there are plenty of stories that are morally gray without being uh, realistic or nihilistic, depending.
Yeah. So.
There are plenty of stories that are morally gray and nihilistic stroke realistic, like House or Rick and Morty, or something along those lines. But there are also stories that don't even touch on morality, and this was the other issue I had last week, was why does a story even need to touch on morality necessarily?
Well,
You can make a philosophical point that's not necessarily about morality. Like, for example, in The Matrix. The Matrix trilogy eats, sleeps, and breathes philosophy, but it really doesn't say much about the nature of morality beyond the question of free will versus determinism, which, frankly, I think I side more with the Merovingian and the architect in that dichotomy than I do with team choice, but that's a different conversation.
Yeah. Okay, so was fuck. I'm just gonna read because I lost my train of thought. The most famous example being the presently gray universe of Game of Thrones, where endless bloodshed wrought by its characters against each other has always been par for the course. Okay, but Dom, I feel like you are going to go on a
Yeah,
tirade.
go ahead with yours first.
Um, I believe I might be paraphrasing, but I believe George R. R. Martin um, had said once that he'd written Game of Thrones as a story of what happened after, like Lord of the Rings, like what happens after like the events of Lord of the Rings,
Mm-hmm.
and like the actual consequence of all that, like of all like the high epic fantasy stuff, and like
Yeah.
also that Game of Thrones, well, A Song of Ice and Fire series is supposed to be very much uh, a political conspiracy amongst high fantasy. Like the high fantasy is kind of
Yeah. Which, to be fair to Tolkien, it's not as though he didn't have consequences at the end of his stories. Like, for example, Frodo's PTSD and the fact that the Shire gets co-opted by Saruman's mechanical technology at the end,
right.
which I think is kind of short-sighted on George R. R. Martin's part. But
Right.
I get what he's kind of getting at. I just think that Lord of the Rings is probably the wrong example.
Right. But also, he no, okay. Also, Game of Thrones has like the high epic fantasy stuff of like very much these kind of strict moral characters, but places them in situations, paragons, but
Yeah.
places them in those kind of situations that kind of show them that what they kind of test their kind of
Unfortunately, paragons are great in theory, but in practice, they're not exactly useful because
yeah, it's
as much as you might love somebody like Captain America, you stick him in an actual political arena and things get really complicated really quickly.
Fixer's guns though, which is appreciated.
Mm-hmm.
But what I'm saying is like, and even like an outward paragon can still be uh, still have those kind of moments of gray acts.
Yeah, that there's more to a lot of them than meets the eye.
Um, yeah, that was just, uh, and again, like there are also morally ambiguous characters that are actually pretty noble most of the time. They can be pretty noble, like downright villains. Jaime Lannister from Game of Thrones.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he fucks his sister and pushed a little boy out of a tower to try and kill him.
Yeah, I mean that person I believe was Joffrey Baratheon, so he may be excused
No,
from
no,
that.
that it was Brand Stark.
Oh no, yeah,
Yeah,
I forgot.
yeah, but he's also the man who saved the capital city from being burned by from a mad tyrant,
Yeah.
and also say what you want about like the later seasons of Game of Thrones, but I think they kind of handled Jamie for the most part pretty well.
Yeah, we probably shouldn't talk about Daenerys because I get the idea of her slowly going mad with power, but
It was
there
too
was
quick, too soon.
there was no hint of that whatsoever with her.
I think
Or if
in the earlier seasons there were, but it was more of a justified. It could have been justified.
Yeah, but she goes from I'm going to do seemingly corrupt things for your own good to help you mode to fuck it, I'm just gonna burn it all to the ground because I can and I have the dragons, bitch. Um, mode way too quickly.
Right.
Now, granted, the dragons are basically an unopposed super weapon, so that was probably, or something equivalent to that, was probably bound to happen anyway. But at least as far as the last season set it up, she has no reason to even think that she's in the moral right there. The thing with tyrants like Daenerys Targaryen is they have to believe that they're doing what they have to believe they're being tyrannical fucks for the right reasons. And I refuse to believe that the Daenerys that we've gotten 8 seasons of genuinely believe that burning King's Landing to the ground with the people still inside it was the right thing to do in that instance.
Also, and again, like moving back again, like honestly, a lot of the Lannisters, except for Cersei, fuck Cersei,
Mm-hmm.
are pretty interesting characters. Like I like Tywin Lannister for the most part. Like he's an interesting character. I mean, like he does selfish and petty things, but when you actually read the lore about him, it kind of makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, and Tyrion is just
He's Tyrion. He's fun. He's awesome.
Yeah, he's a badass.
I think he's very much he is a noble man put in like into those like we were saying, gray moral. Very.
Yeah. He wants to be noble, but he's smart enough to know that the best way to get a noble kingdom is to put your. Honestly, weirdly, Tyrion Lannister reminds me a little bit of Merlin if I was to write an Arthurian story, because a lot of his machinations are, I'm gonna find the best king possible and hitch my proverbial wagon to said king. And barring Daenerys going fucking insane in the last season because bad writing, I can sort of see where Tyrion is thinking that Daenerys is going to be that Arthur type of
right.
monarch.
I think he said something in like one of the earliest seasons where he says like the schemer, not the schemers, the people in power, right? Like people who always think that those smarmy, like pretentious jackasses, nobles.
Yeah.
And those who try to play the game of Thrones. Him being there, that's what he's good at. Outsmarting them, outthinking them, out-talking them.
Yeah. He's the one who holds the aristocracy to account, or at least tries to.
Yeah.
Again, barring Daenerys going fucking insane because bad writing.
Honestly, if he was like in the modern times, I think he would be a pretty good leader.
I feel like me and Tyrion would get along if he were in our setting or if we were in his, because his approach to the aristocracy are a bunch of disingenuous cunts is very very much in the vein of my own approach to the matter.
Right. Okay, so or the Grim moving. Oh, so we have. Oh, right, Littlefinger, because there's a picture here, and I didn't bring that guy up. He was actually a fairly interesting character. Throughout the series, besides his death. Honestly, I would compare him to like the Joker. Like he is the Joker of the Game of Thrones.
Yeah, I could definitely see that sort of parallel there.
Yeah, because he's well, he did say that one thing. Chaos is a ladder, which is a badass quote, by the way.
There are a lot of really great quotes in Game of Thrones, to be honest.
Yeah. But and you know what Varys said about him once, like he would see the Seven Kingdoms ashes if it meant him to rule over it.
Yeah, which, to be fair, is
although he did say to Sansa once in a different life, in an actual like in an actual fairy tale world, his Sansa's mother, Lady Catelyn, which actually in the books she becomes this character after her death. she's resurrected, becomes I believe Lady Stoneheart or something like that.
Mhm. Yep.
Which sounds like a pretty cool character.
Yeah.
I'm honestly surprised they didn't do that.
Yeah, there's a lot of exploration of like the magical aspect of Game of Thrones that I would have liked to see more of.
Right. But back to Littlefinger. He says in a different life, in a world where those who have pure intentions and good hearts can change the world and get like the like that.
Like the stereotypical like medieval romance of like Arthur and so
Yeah,
forth.
he could have been married to Lady Catelyn, and Sansa could have been his daughter. That's what he's saying.
Which is a very, very sweet image, to be honest.
Yeah, and honestly, I think he would have been a different person if that had gone that way. Like, I think he would have been on par with Ned in a sense.
Yep.
I think he would have been kind of a mixture of Tyrion and Ned.
Kind of.
Like, he could play the game, but he's upstanding enough to not try and sink himself down. Like, he'd like be a pragmatic Stark, if anything.
Yeah, if Littlefinger found himself in the universe of Lord of the Rings, I think he probably would have wound up similar to Aragorn.
Yeah. So, my point being is, I think I told you of kind of reminds me of a character I was writing. I told you about this one. A pragmatist who wants to be an optimist.
Mm.
I'm guessing because it's been a while since I've seen Game of Thrones, but I remember Littlefinger's character. I might be projecting somewhat,
Mm.
so I'm not entirely sure. Feel free to correct me if I'm wrong. But it's just there are a lot of interesting characters in Game of Thrones that honestly I think could have been good. It's just again with the circumstances and world that they were constructed
Yeah.
in.
But yeah, life and in particular medieval life got in the way.
Yeah.
Because that is the funny thing. As much as we might romanticize the past sucked for just about every bugger. Just about everyone was fucked over by especially the medieval mindset. That's one of the reasons we switched from feudalism to Western capitalistic democracies.
Yeah. I mean, it still got its problems, but hey, it's a lot better than what we had.
But in a world where you could have died of a toothache because dentistry was what it was back in the Middle Ages, I'm good with the world we have instead.
You just had to bring that up, didn't you?
Well, I'm sorry. I've had toothaches on my mind recently because I had a massive one yesterday, and it was not fun. And it did occur to me several times throughout the day that if I lived in a different age, I could have died just then.
Like we were born in this one. Anyway, back to the article. Or the grimdark world of The Witcher, with Geralt of Rivia earning his reputation as the Butcher of Blaviken for killing a much maligned monster who had been a victim herself. Okay, so I don't know much about The Witcher, unfortunately. I've only seen like the TV show and played a little bit of like one of the video games.
Mm-hmm.
So I can't really comment on this, but if I remember, because I know a little bit about this, and again, like I saw the first episode of this Netflix series. It's not bad. I think it's trying a little too hard to be Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
But if I remember correctly, it was kind of the whole thing where like two sides are trying to pit him against the other, but he tried not to choose, but was kind of forced to when he was told that the monster who was a victim was going to kill the town had Geralt not decided. and he decided to kill the bandits, but they hadn't actually done anything yet. So,
Mm. And to Geralt's credit, which is not a phrase I expect to be saying very often, especially if we ever get a proper rendition of Elric of Melvibene, which is better and also original, but that's neither here nor there. To Geralt's credit, he does do a surprising amount of moral philosophizing, despite saying he has no patience for moral philosophizing.
right. I believe the quote I most remember is, um, "Evil is evil.
Hmm.
Lesser, worse. Given the choice between the two, I would prefer not to choose at all."
Which is a perfectly legitimate standard. It's one of the
Granted,
reasons.
I think you are kind of choosing one of the evils, more likely the worser evil if you decide not to choose.
Yeah, I mean, if you're wielding a sword and the sword can only go into one of the two evils, at least if you choose the greater evil to decapitate,
I,
then it'll be easier to deal with the lesser evil next
granted,
time.
if I think if you made the character more pragmatic, you would have killed both.
Yeah, the correct answer at that point was probably both. If both of you are terrible, horrible, no good, very bad people, then fuck the pair of you is probably the correct response.
Right. This is more on like the. Uh, Granted, again, this is more in lines of writing stories that have philosophical undertones, but again, it's the story itself that makes you think of these.
Yeah, good writing can save just about anything, but bad writing can doom just about anything. No matter how good your concept is, if you don't write it well, it's gonna suck. And no matter how bad your concept is, if you write it well, then it at least stands a pretty good chance of being fucking awesome.
Oh yeah. Okay, so it's harder to make characters feel trapped in their circumstances when they can always compromise on their subjective sense of moral code and do something underhanded. An action that may feel uncharacteristic to them, just to keep the story moving.
See, I don't know about that because the thing with most morally gray worlds, especially how he's defining them, is the protagonists are always fucking miserable because they know they have to make the the gray choices. Off the top of my head, House is always miserable because every time he makes a possible mistake, you know, someone's life is on the line. In the case of Rick from Rick and Morty, he is always miserable because in his philosophy, nothing matters. And as much as he might think that he's okay with that, at the end of the day, no matter how much joy he funnels into himself, no matter how high and hedonistic he gets, it's still in a world where pleasure doesn't mean anything. And therefore, he's constantly miserable. In the case of John Constantine, he may, wear his assholeness on his sleeve, but at the same time, every time one of his friends and loved ones gets condemned to hell from his own um, poor luck or just sheer plank stupidity, he still drinks himself all the more to death over it. So, yeah, I very rarely have ever seen a world where, in a morally gray setting, the protagonist isn't fucking miserable, because even they know that in an ideal world they would hope for better, but alas, they're not. At least in their own opinion, they're not in the world they're suggesting. I would make an argument for most of Rick's problem being self-inflicted because his adherence to like nihilistic absurdity is stupid in a world that he can literally jump it to any multiverse he wants. But that's neither here nor there.
Right.
And I would further make the argument with House, like if he just found system of meaning. It doesn't have to be everyone else's system of meaning, but it can be a system of meaning. His life would probably be a lot better. But that's not here nor there.
Okay. Moving on.
Yep.
Okay. Instead, the steadfast nature of black and white stories forces their characters to walk a moral tightrope, which is far more than just a pedestrian or idealistic view of morality. Again, that really just depends on how it's written.
Because there are plenty of morally black and white stories where it is just that. It is just them being stubborn and idealistic to a stupid degree.
Mm-hmm.
And in a lot of bad Superman stories or a lot of bad Captain America stories, that is my problem with them. Is it's naivete to the point of sheer stupidity is the problem with a lot of characters like that.
Nope. If I try,
I'm not saying every time the characters use it like that, but in bad Superman stories or bad Captain America stories, that can be at least part of the problem.
which we've tended to get a lot of lately.
Uh-huh.
Thanks, Bendis and Coates.
And Spencer.
And I'm sure there are a lot more.
Yeah, although Nick Spencer's problem was using the character as a political mouthpiece rather than just telling a good Captain America story, which is a different problem but related.
Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Again, like that part, it just really boils down to like how the writing is. Specifically, like again, to kind of bring up Avatar, Last Airbender. Generalized, yeah, it's a story of good versus evil. But
in actuality, there's a lot of gray there, but also in actuality, there's almost no nihilism there. Every choice is treated with a weight and a level of clout, even if it is just something that affects that one character. Like, how many times has Zuko made a decision that made himself miserable for stupid cockamamie bullshit reasons that don't really affect the larger world much, but that still we feel because it makes him miserable and we care.
honor, father's approval. Those are really the only two reasons he ever did anything early on.
Mm-hmm.
Which actually kind of looped into each other many times.
Yeah, because the Fire Nation is a in-universe surrogate for China and Japan, and they are very honor-based cultures, so that makes sense. Ironically, a lot of Zuko's personal demons probably would have been solved earlier on if he had just switched from I want my father's approval to I want my uncle's approval. Because let's be real here, Iroh is the more sensible paragon to hold yourself to, and not only that, but Iroh would help him.
I remember someone saying once that Iroh is an idealist, but he's also pragmatic.
Yeah, Iroh is a lot like Yoda or Merlin in a lot of cases of like they're just wise. They don't really have idealism or pragmatism on their minds. They just do the thing that makes the most like sense via wisdom, and
so
it works.
To bring up an example, which is like it's a comedic moment a little bit. And I believe it's season 2. After Iroh gets attacked. Well, not gets attacked, but stops lightning from
Azula.
Yeah, from Azula. And it's him and Zuko after they were kind of apart for some time. He, and Zuko says and like kind of says to Iroh, I know what you're going to say. She's my sister, and I might be paraphrasing. It's been a while since I've seen the episode. Yeah. She's my sister, and I should try to make amends with her. And then Iroh says, "No, she's crazy, and she needs to go down." Yeah. That's funny as hell, by the way. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, because that's exactly what the audience was expecting too. Because Iroh's approach to everything is or at least as it had been revealed up until that point, is, the high-minded trying to, almost like a Zen Buddhist level of, turn the proverbial other cheek at all times and never raise your hand in violence and so on. But Iroh is just like, nope, 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 nope. I'm sorry. I would love to live in a world where Azula was salvageable, but we're not there.
Question: how much do you think that was response because he got shot because of Zula shooting him with lightning?
I would say a lot of it, because I think Iroh is wise enough to know where Azula's issues come from. And speaking of, being morally gray without being nihilistic, and adding more detail than Black and White would allow, even Azula gets a sympathetic backstory, and Azula's fucking nuts.
Again, and we've had many conversations about Azula on here. She's honestly just a victim of circumstance.
And again, my advice to young Azula would have been the same as my advice to young Zuko. Fuck what your dad thinks. Listen to your uncle. Dear, seriously.
Or the mother, because, well,
but the problem with Azula is that while Zuko had his mother, and he had his mother's nurturing and his mother's protection, the thing that snapped Azula was the only way she could get affection was by being Daddy's little girl.
right?
Because even her mother knew that there were some screws loose there.
Well, honestly, and again, I think we had this conversation before from a different article. Mm-hmm. But honestly, it really just chops up with Azula and Zuko. With Zuko and Azula, it kind of just chops down to poor parenting.
Yeah,
from both the father and the mother.
Yeah, but and ironically, and this is a game changer of a thing, and I can't believe I never noticed this until now. The main reason why I can't remember Zuko's mother's name.
Ursa.
Why Ursa was so doting over Zuko was because she was afraid of him getting lost in the shuffle and being essentially a victim of Azula, which just goes to show you fetishizing the victim doesn't balance a goddamn thing at the end of the day.
Yeah.
It just makes more resentment. Now, granted, I can definitely see where she's coming from, because if she hadn't doted over him like that, Zuko probably would have been even worse when push came to shove. But that being said, honestly, I wish that Ursa had the foresight to will the kids to Iroh when she died, because had she done, when she quote unquote died, if she had the foresight to do that, Ozai would have been compelled to do it because honor, and both Zuko and Azula probably would have been at least less fucked up. I'm betting that Iroh would have been able to drive Azula's sociopathic tendencies into something constructive eventually.
Yeah.
It would have been a lot harder, but
ironically, I think she got a lot of I think if she was put in a position like in The Beach, which was actually a pretty good episode, by the way. Where she's in a position where she doesn't have her title, she doesn't have the title of princess, she doesn't have the kind of recognition that comes with that and stuff, or she's just really an average teenager, which makes her extremely out of her depth.
Yeah.
I think she could have really be capable of looking inward. Like, if she wasn't just there for a couple of days.
Yeah, and if Iroh maybe had been there, or Zuko had suggested, "Hey, let's go see Uncle," or something, I think at that moment she probably still could have been redeemed. As much as she's committed atrocities and as much as she's still Badgie's little girl, if both Zuko and Iroh had had the foresight to intervene at that particular moment, um, I don't ever think Azula would have gone full Team Avatar, or if she did, it would have been like, I I I will work with you for the sake of deposing my father, but I want to be Fire Lord at the end, or something like that. Um,
Right. Okay. So I believe in the Avatar comics that came out, which again are like supposed to be a continuation, like basically a season 4.
yeah, which honestly I would have preferred that there had been, but whatever.
Right. Um, she kind of comes around to the idea if she can't be Fire Lord, she will make Zuko into a Fire Lord worthy of the Fire Nation.
Hmm.
So yeah,
Which is a very Azula way of handling things.
she's still very crazy though. Like she went to an asylum.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, no, though she is. I think in the comics they add a more tragic element to the character. Like she's still plagued by images, well, not visions of her mother, which I believe someone once said that are basically like her conscience trying to break through to her.
Yes. Which again would have been solved if somebody had mentioned something to her on the island.
Kylie.
Yeah.
So, okay, this is back to this. All right. The tales exemplify triumphing over personal struggles, a popular theme in the stories, allowing heroes the opportunity to explore the depths of their convictions.
Mm.
I really don't have anything to say to that.
Yeah, no, there's not really anything worth responding to there.
I mean, that's just kind of typical storytelling when you really think about it. So,
Yeah.
all right. So, this has been explored before by Polygon's Opinions director Ben Kuchera. If I'm saying that name wrong, I'm sorry. In which he argues that Captain America's tale of staying true to his convictions in a morally gray universe makes for a more compelling tale than that of Superman's. All right. To that, I will say, fuck off, and why?
Yeah, it really comes down to the I think I get what they're saying. It's a lot harder to hold to your idealistic convictions in a world that beats you down a little bit than it is if you're in a moral universe
Well,
and you manage to remain moral.
yeah, okay, I won't disagree. Because I remember watching a video where someone had talked about putting Superman in Marvel and like how it's different from him.
Well, I mean, Marvel, and let's be honest, has had the opportunity to do that ever since Hyperion was introduced.
Well, they've made a lot of various Superman in Marvel, like
Yeah, I mean, there's Hyperion, there's the Sentry.
Blue Marvel.
Yeah, there's quite a few Superman surrogates, but off the top of my head, the closest would be Hyperion, and therefore,
I believe there was like this one being that was like supposed to be like a scroll
yeah,
that was sent to Earth and stuff. It was
the
interesting.
Super Scroll.
No, not Super Scroll. It was a scroll that was sent to Earth because Galactus was coming to the Scroll homeworld.
Ah,
So very much it was a total ripoff of Superman.
Superman.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but what I'm saying is, I remember someone did it like a what if video. What if Superman was in the Marvel universe?
Hmm.
And basically, because let's be honest, the Marvel universe, the quote unquote realistic superhero world, because said actual, it's supposed to technically be set in our world.
Yeah.
which is kind of inherently cynical. Let's be honest.
Uh-huh.
And so Superman, being the moral paragon he is, kind of faces that has to kind of face that kind of cynicism,
Mm-hmm.
which I think is interesting. And I really wish they kind of would have done something like that with the Superman movies. But that's neither here nor
Yeah,
there.
I mean, basically, dear DC, you want to know how to do a Superman movie right? Use Captain America as the template, because basically how Chris Evans' Captain America is handled in the Marvel universe is exactly how you do Superman right.
Yeah, pretty much. I think you can do a little more with Superman than Captain America,
Well, obviously, but you,
but
you get what you get what I'm saying.
yeah, I
Because
get what you're
The,
saying. I get
the,
what you're
the
saying.
main problem DC has always had with Superman is how do you do the proverbial, oh shucks, mom, baseball, apple pie, upstanding moral paragon character. Well, basically, take what the MCU did with Cap and do it with Clark.
I think they're doing that with Superman Man of Tomorrow, like that anime movie,
Yeah.
which actually looks pretty good. A lot better than the other movies that came out before it.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Anyway,
Yeah.
yeah. Just know you kind of have to. Hold on. Putting uncompromising characters in a complicated world is a recipe ripe for dramatic.
Bless you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm gonna reread that before I feel another sneeze coming on.
Mm-hmm.
Putting uncompromising characters in a complicated world is a recipe ripe for dramatic tension rather than a way to avoid complexity and more adult themes. What?
I I don't know the context of that statement. I
I
mean,
mean, if I'm, they say that it doesn't. Superman doesn't do that. Is what I'm kind of getting from that. But
like this is the problem with making this dichotomy. There is so much. I mean, what more moral complexity could Superman need to contrast him other than, oh, I don't know, his best crime fighting friend, i.e., Batman? That's basically the whole point of their juxtaposition is to highlight the difference between them and to point out that, oh shit, you know it's and I hate that this is a pro Batman example because I can't really think of any pro Superman examples when this happened. But in Dark Knight Returns, the conversation that Batman and Superman have before the fight, the part that was missing in BVS, their history, um, is one of the greatest exchanges in all of comics because it shows the juxtaposition between a Batman-like character and a Superman-like character. The you're still that simple farm boy doing whatever mommy and daddy told you. I don't remember the rest of it, but the um in all the years to come in your most private moments, I want you to remember the one man who beat you. That whole exchange
yeah,
is
I gotta say some.
mhm.
Some of the kind of a gripe of DC that of mine has kind of bugged me in years as I've grown more. Because I'll be honest, I used to be like a big Batman fan growing up. I mean, what kid isn't?
Well, I mean, your icon is the Batman who laughs, so obviously.
Well, actually, it's the well, yeah, and I spent it last, but do not forget I put sunglasses on them.
Well, yes, but you know what I'm saying. You
Yeah,
based your icon on the Batman who laughs, so
right. But as the years have kind of gone on, I've kind of found myself more drawn to Superman. My gripe with DC is it's always kind of leaned more to Batman and like
yeah,
kind of in a fetish.
fetishistic way.
Thank you, Dalton.
Mhm. Fetishistic.
Fetish is motherfuck.
Oh God, this is one of the reasons I'm here to help with the pronunciation of words.
I could say chicken fricassee, but I cannot say. But thank you, Dalton. That word with Batman, like DC does that. It fetishizes
Yeah,
Batman.
a lot of the Batman fandom calls it the Bat God syndrome,
Yeah,
and I agree. There at the very least, it should be less lopsided. Because I'm all for Batman having his fuck yeah, I'm the goddamn Batman moments, but
but it's kind of become, especially like, let's be honest, New 52 only worked for Batman
yeah,
because
and
it kind of based the whole universe around Batman.
yeah, and to be fair, I'm not against people taking punches at Superman either.
Yeah,
One of my all-time favorite quotes in relation to discussing Superman is the one from Superman the Animated Series Hand of Fate. The when Karkle says, "You are strong for a mortal, but a mortal is all you are. You
right.
do not have the tools to
I,
defeat me."
I got no
That
problem with people. Like, I got no problem with Superman. Like, there's a lot to make fun of Superman, right? I
yeah,
got no problem with that. But
but at some point, you got to give Soups his due, or it not only is it not fair and not entirely accurate, but it also comes off as disingenuous because as much as people like me or people in the Batman fandom might have a problem with Superman constantly being the standard we hold everyone else to, that doesn't change the fact that he's still the standard that, at least in the DC universe, everyone holds himself to. In the same way that in the Marvel universe, and Secret Empire kind of showed this very, very stupidly, but they still showed it, um, every fucker holds themselves to the standard of Steve Rogers. From Sam Wilson all the way to the fucking Punisher, everyone holds themselves the moral exemplar and upstandingness of Captain freaking America. Even people who, pragmatically speaking and logically speaking, have fuck tons more power than Steve Rogers ever will. And you're telling me that a version of that same archetype with all the powers that a kid could ever think to have, except me because I was weird, but that's neither here nor there. Um, but most kids could ever think to have, um, is not gonna have the same sort of loyalty going on. Yeah, I don't like it. As much as I feel Superman is somewhat overrated, he does deserve his I am who I am and you will go no further moment. Like, and that's one of the reasons I really like the exchange between him and Darkseid in one of the Justice League cartoons when Superman realizes that he doesn't have to hold back anymore, because then you realize, shit, for Superman, concrete must be like styrofoam. So, you know, how much must he hold back not to break most people, like most people could break me, as an example.
yeah, all right, that's enough talking about Superman. Because honestly, I want to be. I'll be completely honest. It surprised me that I don't have my back on that.
Well, every character I think deserves at least one "fuck you, I am who I am, and you will go." Like the this is where the line must be drawn moment. Like for Doctor Fate, it was um exemplified in the Justice League episode "The Return," where the entire Justice League was trying to kill the android Amazo, and he was just like, "This is the exchange between him and John Jones. The um, then for the sake of all worlds, I will continue to seek a better way." Line is has always been my favorite Doctor Fate line ever. Um, and the Doctor from Doctor Who has dozens of moments like that where it's like, this conversation is over simply because I am the Doctor and fuck off, basically.
Yeah,
Superman should have at least a few of those. Now, granted, resist the temptation to make him super god rather than Superman, which is the problem that I have with a lot of bad Superman stories. Is they forget that he's Superman and not a freaking deity.
Yeah,
In
and
a
I mean that's
in a world with literal deities like Wonder Woman and Naboo and God knows who else, there's no reason why people should mistake Superman for a god. That being said, he is literally supposed to be the ideal man, so treat him like that.
yeah, and that's no, nope, nope, nope. Another day, another conversation.
Yeah,
All right. Undertale is one example. Not played that. Heard of it, not played it. Even as it lets you discover the limits of your morality, here you can choose to be good or evil. Either wholeheartedly embrace goodness through the pacifist route by sparing any monsters you run into, or lean into wickedness by slaughtering everything you meet.
I feel like I would have a hard time resisting the urge to do the slaughter part, but that's just Brainstormer is the moral one in this friendship. I fully admit that I'm an asshole at bottom.
You do realize I've mentioned many times I'm an asshole too.
Yeah, but not when actual moral situations come up. Like I've considered the straight up summon the Nighthorn like in Castlevania a couple of times, whereas you, I think you have an abrasive personality and you can be an asshole like on an interpersonal level. But if it ever came to killing a fucker who didn't who didn't deserve it or there was some other way, I think you'd stop. I think the difference between us is I don't think I would.
Oh, so it's kind of like Red Hood in Batman, in a sense,
Kind of. Yeah.
where Red Hood will only kill the people that deserve it, but Batman, even once he gets a taste of blood, he's like a shark.
Yeah. That's I think that's the difference.
Which is why I like Red Hood a lot more than Batman, kind of.
It is a very interesting character. Um and that's also why I like the Joker a lot in a lot of stories, particularly stories like Todd Phillips' Joker or The Killing Joke. The um everyone is one bad day away from where I am speech.
All right, so I haven't played Undertale, so I mean,
Yeah,
I've heard of it and I know like certain stuff about it. It's just
yeah, I've heard of it as well, but I can't be bothered to say any like I I don't have a point of reference for it. And this is the first time I've heard that you can be morally ambiguous in Undertale, so I'm clearly not as informed about it as I thought I was. Moving on.
the game doesn't believe in ambiguities. There's no conclusion to be had when you embark on a morally gray route of killing some monsters but freeing others. And if you decide to commit wanton genocide, it
Wanton.
huh?
Wanton is the word. Wanton genocide.
Okay, I don't know that word.
It basically means like willful or irreverent is what wanton means. Like the concept of wanton destruction.
Okay, or whatever
It,
one commits
it,
genocide.
it's the fuck you impulse basically distilled into a single word.
Okay, it presents your decision as motivated by a force of incomprehensible darkness. There's no heartbreaking backstory that gives you any room to shrug and explain away your choice. The
See,
result
now that makes that at least for my playstyle would make Undertale less appealing because I'm an OCD bastard and I like hammering out the where the lines are. Like I will kill this person, and this person, but I won't this person and this person and this person, and here are my reasons. So the idea that you have to pick between straight pacifism or just straight fuck it, I'm gonna do what I want is a little bit disheartening for me. Because my thinking is, it does matter who you're willing to spare, in the same way that and once again, Castlevania seems to be the best example. Dracula wouldn't have summoned the Night Horde if they had just left his fucking wife alone, because she was the one reason why he bothered to like humanity. Well, I'm in a lot of cases the same way with my friends. That's how that works. Like, if every single one of my friends died tomorrow from some genocidal fuckwit, I would do everything I could to destroy the world at that point. But because I have my friends and people and things that I care about, I don't do that. And then it got quiet.
Oh, I thought you had more to say. Never mind.
No. I was just pointing out, like, you can tell a lot about a person by, what the exceptions to their rules are, as much as you can when they are one extreme or the other. Like, who is worth sparing versus who is not worth sparing. That's the difference between me and Thanos. Is I don't think I would destroy half the universe in a dispassionate, fair way. I would pick and choose which individuals would survive and which wouldn't. And that might make me more of an asshole even than Thanos, but I don't fucking care. Because some people are, generally speaking, worth saving, and some people and things are not fundamentally worth saving. At least in my estimation. That's why, if I were faced with the trolley problem, my question would be, what can you tell me about those 5 people over there versus that one person over there? Because if it was a choice between 5 clones of Hitler versus, the next Buddha or something, then that gets a lot easier.
Personally, for me, I'd probably switch to the one guy and then try and jump and get the guy out of the way.
Yeah, my true, like, I don't want anyone but me to suffer solution would be just to put my own body in front of the train so that it slows the train down before it hits either set of people. Because then the consequences for my actions are only upon myself and no one else. Assuming that I didn't have the ability to gain knowledge of who was.
For me, it's mainly the idea of, I set it on this one track where there's that one guy. I get the one guy out of there, and then you don't have to worry about anyone else.
Well, the premise of the trolley problem is that you can't move the people from the track. That's why my one solution is in a everything else is equal situation where I know nothing about either party. The correct solution is to remove myself from the world in the hopes that it will save all parties involved.
I stand by what I said.
Yeah. Give me information about the people in question, and that changes things, because then I can make judgments based on the kinds of people involved. Which is hypocritical, but information is important, goddammit. And the character of the people involved matters, in my opinion.
I feel like we'd have an interesting conversation with Jigsaw on certain topics.
Yeah, he's one of those movie killers that I could see having a nice, comforting cup of tea with. Hannibal Lecter's the same way. And then it got very quiet again. Moving on.
Yeah. I just all right. There's no. This result is a deeply emotive narrative, with many characters feeling a palpable sense of discomfort, even as they commit to a dark path. I got nothing to that. I really don't.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay. So moving on. Um, It's this sense of easiness that reminds players of their own moral leanings. Um. Okay,
See,
I'm gonna.
I think it would be more interesting and definitely more. It would help this person's argument a lot better in this case if the gray areas did matter, because the differentiation between the shades, again, it's the same problem. If you choose to select certain people for death and not others, that in turn says honestly more about you than if you just go full pacifist or you go full um willful, you know, destroyer. Because then the person who's viewing this situation can judge what type of people did you save versus what type of people did you let go, and most importantly, why? What was your justification for
Um,
this person and that person?
Actually, to bring up an interesting one. I don't know how much of Walking Dead you've seen, Dalton.
I have seen all of it. My brother was very obsessed with it when it first came out, and he had me watch it, so I'm mostly caught up.
Do you remember the character of Morgan?
Vaguely, it was a while ago.
Right. Okay. So, he's a character that when you first meet him, he's with his son, and he hasn't killed his wife yet, who's turned into a walker.
Hmm.
And it's been like that for a few months, I believe. So he one time when he's out with his son, like gathering supplies,
Hmm.
he still hasn't killed his wife, like mercied her, you know.
Yeah,
And
because he wants to have as much time with his wife as he can.
right,
And so,
even if she's trying to eat him,
yeah,
I can kind of understand that, but
yeah.
it's neither
I,
here
I,
nor
I have declared that I love this person, therefore, no matter what happens, I'm accountable to them.
yeah. What he says is, and this kind of inferred that his son was torn apart by his zombified wife. All he says is, "I see red," and he kind of
Hmm.
snaps after that and basically kills anyone. Says he has to clear, kills
Uh-huh.
zombies and humans, good, bad, doesn't matter. He kills them.
Mm.
Then he comes across this guy, a kind of guru of sorts, called
Mm.
Eastman, and he's kind of learns the martial art of Aikido.
Ah.
Um, that is actually a fairly good episode on its own, I believe. I've watched that episode myself,
Mm-hmm.
and it's very interesting. Like it goes on a spiritual journey, but basically, for a while, his kind of he is a pacifist that doesn't want to kill any living human,
Mm-hmm.
even especially in a world where it's dog eat dog at that time.
Yeah.
You know, and he's willing to spare and save anyone, even strangers,
Mm-hmm.
because he in this the mantra: all life is precious.
Yeah.
And eventually, he does kind of lean back into taking a life when it's necessary
Mm-hmm.
in certain cases,
Yeah.
specifically with these kind of tyrannical, kind of a biker gang douchebags,
Yeah. The Negans of the world, as it were.
the saviors, yeah. And so, yeah, he's an interesting character on the fact that he kind of goes from an extreme to another extreme and then kind of finds a balance between the two.
Mm-hmm.
But the mantra I remember him saying is, all life is precious.
Mm-hmm.
And, my point being is, again, it's that whole, because Walking Dead is very much a morally gray thing,
Yeah.
if not downright depressing as hell.
Yeah. Huh.
But I liked Morgan a lot because he was very much um, he was very much a hopeful person, even when he was drowned in despair. I think
Mm-hmm.
like the hopefulness was still there. It's just he was not listening to it.
Yeah.
But he found peace, I believe.
Ah.
And oh, Ed Brewer is here. What's up, Ed?
Ed.
Here for my hot takes on current events.
Hmm.
That'll be the next article, Ed.
Yeah, we're finishing up the article from last week that we didn't finish.
Yeah. But back to Morgan is like, again, the whole thing is it's not he's not a good or evil character. I mean, I think he would lean more into kind of a righteous
Hmm.
righteous morally gray of
Yeah.
sorts. That makes any sense at all, because I think I'm just talking out my ass at this point.
No, it makes sense. I remember the arc you're talking about now. Yeah.
Like him and Daryl Dixon are like my two favorite characters.
Mm.
Daryl Dixon, like from a character arc point of view. Then King Ezekiel, just on the sheer fun factor of that character.
Yeah.
Like, dude had a tiger.
Yeah. And it's you gotta give him points for style.
Yeah, but yeah, I got really nothing else to say. Again, kind of this whole thing of uh, the the whole absolute contrast between good and evil. Um, not the uneasiness that reminds players of their own moral leanings,
Hmm.
because I don't really think that really. It's kind of like the whole thing of when you play a video game. You know, the whole
Yeah,
violent video games.
there's a level of detachment, at least for most people who play video games. This is the problem. This is essentially the same arguments as the video games cause violence bullshit. And yeah, no, I don't care if it's Jack Thompson saying video games cause violence. I don't care if it's Anita Sarkeesian saying that video games cause sexism. It is not so, and even if it were so, the correct solution would not be ban video games. The correct solution would be show people the difference between things that work in potential and things that work in actuality. These are like, if we lived in a world where it was suggested that video games caused violence, the solution would not be um the solution, even in that case, wouldn't be ban video games. It would be monitor people who play video games, make sure they understand the difference between video games and actuality, and make sure that you indulge in moderation, just like with drugs. The correct solution probably isn't ban everything that could get someone high. The correct solution is essentially teach the etiquette of what to do and what not to do when you're high. If it were actually a harmful vice, as it happens, none of the data suggests that video games cause violence or sexism. Therefore, nobody gives a fuck, and this is a fatuous thing to say in general. Moving on. Brainstormer. Brainstormer. If you're talking, I can't hear you. He probably left again. We'll meet again. Don't know when. Don't know when. But I know we'll meet again some sunny day. Keeps my.
Sorry, had to get some.
All right.
I love burger.
Alrighty.
Yeah, my grandfather made like 36 burgers yesterday. So,
I see.
yeah,
Moving on.
So Ed Brewer says, if a flight simulator can teach you to fly, can a shooting simulator teach you to shoot?
It depends on how the simulator is constructed, I would imagine. flight simulators are literally constructed specifically to do that exact thing.
Mm-hmm.
Shooting games, however, despite the fact that they have been leaning more and more into these are the kinds of guns that exist, these are how you use them, nobody has yet figured out how to create a virtual shooting range, as it were. As interesting as I think that would be. And again, even if someone created a virtual shooting simulator, that doesn't mean that that's going to cause people to shoot more often. Just like a flying simulator doesn't result in any more 9/11s.
Mm-hmm.
At that point, the moral impetus for the action of going and shooting a bunch of people or flying a plane into a building is still on the person who did it, rather than the thing that allowed them to do it. At least in my opinion.
Mm-hmm.
Moving on.
Yeah. All right. So the dynamic can only emerge from the absolute contrast between this. Okay, let me reread that because I said a word. This dynamic can only emerge from the absolute contrast between good and evil, as plain as black and white on the diametrically opposed poles of morality.
I don't agree with that. There are plenty of roads to the same destination. In fact, the easiest way to demonstrate why nihilism is wrong is to create a universe where a character is nihilistic. Like, the best counter argument against nihilism is how miserable Rick Sanchez and Gregory House are in their respective shows, and how the world at large doesn't operate by their rules in a lot of cases. Like, for example, how Rick literally meets the devil in one episode, despite a healing and shit is ambiguously said to maybe be effective. Therefore, whether he's the smartest person in the room or not, and whether he's smarter than the viewer or not, he could still be concretely, fundamentally wrong. And the same is true of his life philosophy in general. So, yeah, there's plenty of ways to get that same thrill of moral right and wrong without going straight up white hat, black hat. Moving on.
Yeah. So, A Plague Tale: Innocence showcases instances of this polarity, seen in the dastardly deeds of the Catholic Church and the deathly plague of rats, which contrasts with the innocence of the De Rune siblings as they try to survive during the Hundred Years' War.
I haven't played this game, don't understand this reference.
Neither do I.
Can't comment on whether the person's being disingenuous or not. But just so we're clear, the idea of showing the Catholic Church as the villains is not unique to this instance, and therefore is not original at the very least, if that's what he's getting at. Moving on.
Uh, Unlike most video game protagonists, 15-year-old Amicia De Rune doesn't kill for sport, often finding herself in a moralistic bind of having to kill despite not wanting to. Doesn't that kind of fall into the morally gray thing?
Yeah, I would suspect that falls more into morally gray than absolute. And again, here's the problem. What do you define as morally gray, and what do you define as morally black and white? The immortal philosophical problem of defining your terms is really stymieing any meaningful discussion here. Because if you don't know what your opponent in this discussion means by what they're saying, then it basically makes this an impossible conversation to have. If I say that um a character like, let's see, what the good, possibly morally gray, possibly not character. If one of us says that Zuko is an example of a morally upright character, and the other one defines that character as morally ambiguous, then how do we have the conversation? Answer: we don't. Hopefully, at one point, we realize that Zuko is neither entirely morally gray or entirely morally upstanding, because there are characters that simply don't abide by this dichotomy, and that's the problem with all dichotomies. Is dichotomies are very, very, very often false, because the world isn't made of poles. The world is made of spectra.
Excuse me. Skip burger. Her combat prowess also is limited to the durability of a slingshot, and being spotted by enemy soldiers means putting herself and her younger brother in active danger. What is crucial is the depiction of the almost cartoonishly evil Catholic priest, and the sort of thing that is frequently deemed a cardinal sin in fiction. No, not necessarily. I mean, you can have just genuinely evil characters. You just gotta make them interesting because
Yeah.
of their action.
Yeah, there are plenty of evil characters who exist literally just to be evil.
I mean, Joker.
Um, Joker, Aku from Samurai Jack.
Ozai.
Yeah, you could, yeah, definitely Ozai. But often, very often, especially in things like Disney movies, the villain is the most interesting character because they're the only one allowed to have human opinions on things.
Right.
Whereas the morally upstanding character is so bland and toothless that nobody can be arsed to care about them because they don't. On some level, good only matters if you have to try to be good. If you're just good by default of being a blank slate, then why should anyone care?
Which
Whereas sometimes selfish motives make, I don't want to say make someone human, but make someone worth paying attention to, because
which
we've all been there, and to completely deny your self-interest or your uncouthness or your humanity is bullshit. It's exactly why I'm not a traditionalist, because in their ideal world, you'd be shot in the head for swearing or something. And no the fuck thank you. I can be a decent human being and still swear like a sailor. Thank you very much.
right. So what was that? Right. And which is why some of my favorite Disney movies are kind of the ones that didn't get the recognition they deserve.
Yeah.
Like Treasure Planet.
Princess and the Frog.
Yeah. Hunchback of
Atlantis the Lost Empire.
Hunchback of Notre Dame.
Well, Hunchback kind of did, but most people remember Hunchback for Hellfire, I think.
It's still a good movie.
Which is a great song, by the way. I'm not disparaging Hellfire. It's still one of the greatest songs.
Oh yeah.
In the entire Disney villain canon.
Yeah.
And side note, the villains always get the best songs in Disney movies.
Yeah. I had another one. Tangled.
Yeah, Tangled is awesome, and the TV series actually added a lot to it as well.
I need to. I've seen a little bit of it, but I haven't seen like all of it. Anyway, Edward says I could be a decent human being and not need a higher power either.
Yeah, amen. And that includes secular higher powers like the concept of equality, i.e., fuck you, feminism. And therein lies the problem. if you're just going to replace one morally absolute system with another morally absolute system, and there's no room whatsoever for people to have fun or enjoyment, then fuck you immediately. Because the
Fuck's
thing,
sake, this guy likes
the,
to hear himself talk.
hmm?
No, I was looking at what we have left.
Oh, i- is he pulling a 2 hour rant?
No, not 2 hour. I mean, close to 2 hours anyway. So,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean, there's one part left. It's just it's
Long.
yeah, it's kind of long. So we might cut that in half and leave the last of it for next week too.
Yeah.
So
This one might be a threequel. Oh boy.
I don't think we've ever had that before.
Yeah, I don't think so either. I think we've split things in half.
Plenty of times.
Or but we've never. I don't think we've ever needed 3 weeks for things.
Yeah. So
But
anyway,
yeah, go ahead.
all right. Last part of where the what? Which one is this again? The twists and turns of Black and White Tales. This is the last part of it.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yet in this story, it's not the notoriety of the church that demands nuance. What A Plague Tale: Innocence seeks to impress upon you is the hero's endless struggle to remain alive without losing their humanity, even in the face of abject wretchedness. Again, that sounds very much just like a regular old story that could be interesting if written well.
Yeah. Or it could fail horribly depending on the quality of the writing.
If anyone's played that game, A Plague Tale: Innocence, let us know if it's good story or not.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, again, that just sounds like a regular story I would read or watch or something.
Yeah. It doesn't really fit anywhere on the morally gray versus morally dichotomous
Right. Okay.
spectrum.
So even the plague of rats, symbolic of Europe's Black Death in the mid 1300s, devours their victims indiscriminately, be it villager or soldier. It's an inexplicable force of nature that simply has no real allegiance to any moral code, by landing outside the axis of good and evil. Okay, so it's a force of nature.
Yeah.
I don't. You have those kind of stories again. You have those
Yeah.
kind of stories all the time. Like that, there is literally. I literally went into a writing class that taught me about the various different kind of stories that go with that, like man versus nature, man versus I believe supernatural.
Yeah. And then of course there are stories that sort of transcend those boxes as well, because like for example, and of course this is the example I go with, but in Neil Gaiman's Sandman, forces of nature are literal characters. The main character dream of the endless is literally every dream that has been or will ever be dreamed, or every inspiration that will ever strike someone.
Mm-hmm. All right. Last part of this section. The world may be morally gray, but the characters fall simply into the archetypes of good or bad, which does little to minimize the story. What is the point of this? Like, I'm
Yeah,
already lost
yeah,
in.
he's saying a lot of words, but they are signifying fuck all.
Yeah, it's. I'll be honest. I think the Polygon has become the new Mary Sue for us at this point.
It is possible. Now, don't discount the Mary Sue, because just when you think you're out, I suspect Rachel will say something stupid about I don't know um what Kamala Harris's election or um
Well, something that
election
relates to
as
kingdom.
VP means for the Tiger King or Wizards or something. I don't know.
Whatever.
So who knows?
Yeah. Okay. Black and more. All right. So this is the last part of the article. Black and white morality in real life.
Oh boy. Like I don't drink much, but it's one of those situations where I feel like if I was more inclined to drinking, this would be the moment where I would bring out the drink.
Yeah. You remember how I said like a year ago, because of how much stupid we cover, I'd probably be, and like if I could drink, I'd probably be an alcoholic.
Yeah. Stuff like this is why.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, given that you have shown us that you have fuck all grasp of fiction, sir, proceed to tell us things about real life as though you're an authority on the matter.
Right. Okay.
Oh boy.
But the concept of black and white morality doesn't just remain within the fictional realm. It has the capacity to influence how we frame and perceive real life events. God fucking damn.
No shit. I hate when they do this. I hate when they reframe the most inconceivably mundane does as profound statements. But oh god, proceed.
Yeah. Unlike fiction, allowing a sense of moral dilemma over both sides, particularly in the current era of Burgian.
I'm spell it. Maybe I can.
Burgeoning.
Burgeoning.
Burgeoning. Thank you. Hold on. Definition.
Beginning or becoming. So like, the sapling began burgeoning into a full-fledged tree, or the tension between both sides of the argument became a burgeoning war.
Yeah. So I also looked it up.
Okay.
Begin to grow or increase rapidly, flourish.
Yeah.
So, okay, so let me reread that again. Unlike allowing a sense of moral dilemma over both sides, particularly in the current era of burgeoning social change, reinforces the kinds of false equivalencies that might slow down social change.
You just spent 2 fucking parts explaining how moral absolutism could be useful to storytelling.
This is what they do.
And now you're going to whine about the idea that there could be multiple sides to a given issue in real life.
You know, this is what they do, right?
I know. But God, like, just when I think I've seen everything, they find a way to state it even stupider than it was previously stated. Ah, go on.
All right, that's it. Let me take my glasses. All right.
Why did you take them off in the first place?
I was cleaning them.
Oh, okay. I was like, wait, you took them off? What?
Honestly, I was more surprised that you were not surprised that I wear glasses.
Well, I've seen pictures of you, first of all. Second of all, you've mentioned before.
Right. Yeah. Okay. So.
But at any rate, moving along, so we can hopefully get through this.
Right, okay. Consider the media's fixation on telling inspiring rags to riches tales of billionaires and AAA studios. even in the face of discomforting details about profiting from underpaid and oppressive labor practices.
I
Okay. Um,
what?
Context and why the fuck does that matter?
Because he doesn't think those kind of stories should be told. In his mind, to be wealthy itself is a moral defect.
Okay, I don't
To
know.
have wealth is a problem. Therefore, portraying any situation where a billionaire could be a good person is haram in his mind. Is forbidden.
All right, so Ed Burrow says, I can't help but think of Dorian Gray. I said that at 9:42, and I just now looked at the comments. Sorry about that, Ed.
Um, yeah, that might have robbed it of all context, but
Yeah, you might need to I am aware of the story of Dorian Gray, but
yeah.
you might need to fill us in on the context of that. While he does that, moving forward,
Yep.
um, on the site or the sightings of police officers kneeling alongside protesters, a scene reminiscent of redemption arcs of anti-heroes, except in this case, it's often alleged to be a publicity stunt before the police brutality begins again. I had to finish.
Okay, to start with, police are not inherently anti-heroic. Okay?
I think their kind of job is to be heroic.
Well, in theory, and I'll grant that there's a preponderance of people in policing who are just assholes.
Yeah, yeah.
And there have literally been studies that suggest that if you have a pre-existing narcissistic or sociopathic personality, you may be more inclined to seek police positions because it'll allow you to abuse people. That being said, that doesn't change the fact that a equally significant portion of police officers just become police officers because they want to do the right thing. Not not everyone is Karen Murphy from the Dresden Files, I'll grant you, but not everyone is fucking um Dirty Harry either. Moving on.
You just had to put in that reference, didn't you?
Yes, I okay. In my defense, Karen Murphy is the ultimate good cop character in modern storytelling. Anyone who hasn't read the Dresden Files should read that if they like uh up, upstanding cop characters just in general, because Karen Murphy is awesome, and she basically is the good cop character that everyone should strive to be more like
Though her
in
first,
the
though
policing profession.
her first name is kind of
Yes, her first name is currently a problem because her name is Karen. However, that being said, despite the fact that her name is Karen, she is not a Karen. Much in the same way as just because Karen Strawn is named Karen, that doesn't make her a Karen. Because our Karens are the best Karens, don't you know? God damn it.
defense of the police and their violence appeals to their familiarity with the paradigms of gray and many stories about moral ambiguity as well. It's akin to a shield of incorruptibility. Good people can do bad things sometimes without being immoral themselves.
Duh. Are you genuinely arguing against that very, very fucking obvious truth?
Right. Again, have you? I mean, look at a history book. Some of history's greatest heroes, and I'm using air quotes by the way,
Yes.
have done some pretty fucked up things.
Yes. And also the good old fashioned phrase "nobody's perfect" springs to mind, and also people being people are are fully rounded characters by default, which means while a person might be really good in a particular context, like a fireman might, go out of his way to save people from a burning building, but he also might, I don't know, argue with his wife on the regular because they might be in an unhappy marriage or something.
That's more on that's more personal than it is
Yeah,
public.
but I was just pulling out an example of how someone who might be
I know, I know. Like
someone who
I'm
could be good in public life
I know
might have.
I'm trying to add that like
Mhm.
to err is human.
Yeah. Now, granted, that's not an excuse to
Be an
um
asshole.
be to err willfully for no good. And again, there is utility to characters like Captain America or Superman because even though no one can ever be quite as good as a Captain America or Superman, there is virtue in getting halfway there because there's an old saying, um, you shouldn't you shouldn't let yourself be bound to Earth because it's impossible to get to the edge of the universe because if you shoot for the moon you or yeah if you shoot for the stars you may at least hit the moon.
Yes. All right, so
And unfortunately, it seems like this person is advocating since no one can be as good as Superman or as evil as um
Joker.
or as evil as Joker or Darkseid, if we're pairing our heroes with our villains appropriately, that means that we should just treat everyone as though they are morally neutral and never care about being moral, which is just the most stupid thing ever. Now, granted, personally, I think people put way too much emphasis on morality. Unless there are actual, concrete, definitive consequences to an action, I would just prefer um, not to talk about morality. Unless someone is literally going and shooting up schools or something big like that, morality just doesn't need to come up in conversation, in my opinion, especially not in the realm of art or politics. Um, but that being said, to say that because we can't be perfect people, we should just be okay with the occasional mass shooting is frankly it's not even that it's immoral, it's that it's stupid that bothers me.
Asinine.
It's fundamentally illogical is the issue. I don't really care that it's immoral, which it is. I care that you are using your brain to be fundamentally illogical on a level that cannot be understood. And that's a problem. Because the people who don't have the option of being intelligent don't usually get my scorn. The people that get my scorn are the people who can very easily be intelligent human beings and willfully choose to misuse their intelligence. Because people who don't have intelligence to begin with get get some level of my sympathy because they don't have the option to be smart. But people who have functioning brains and simply refuse to use them, or more accurately, actively misuse them, can jump off a fucking bridge. Moving on.
Mm-hmm. All right. So, uh, what's so what's also perfidious is the implication of in gray stories that goodness is just a hair's difference away from badness. When it's a perspective steeped in privilege, the oppressor is a multifaceted as the uh, oppressed, and the hero is capable of evil doings as the villain. Okay, if anyone remembers, I have not played Borderlands myself, but I know of the character Handsome Jack, like the
Mm-hmm.
villain of, I believe, Borderlands 2.
Yes.
Um, and I know of the Telltale game, Tales from the Borderlands,
Mm-hmm.
where there's like a holographic ghost copy version of him.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, and I'm sure this is like a typical saying, but the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Yeah.
Kind of following what you said, obviously where uh, the villain often doesn't really see themselves as the villain and has logical reasons of doing things they do.
Yeah. You never start evil cackling and wearing a black hat. You start by uh holding to your principles or your standards just a little bit less. Well, this level of ambiguity is fine. This level of ambiguity is fine, and so on and so on and so on until all of a sudden you went from, stealing gum from a drugstore to killing babies or kittens or something.
Right. And you and I have had many discussions of like characters I've written that are very morally gray, specifically like villains,
Hmm.
or morally ambiguous, not really gray, but ambiguous.
Hmm.
And it's just again like one, it depends on the writing of the character, and just what is because let's be honest, every villain in a story has a logical fallacy in their beliefs that you can argue against.
Yeah,
That's kind
and
of the point.
and a lot of heroes also have flaws that can be exploited by the villain, and that's
Mhm.
something that makes for good storytelling when it's
Right.
used right.
A part of me kind of wants to go on a little spiel of a character I've written that we've talked about at one point.
You can go ahead, but I wanted to make one point before we do.
Right.
Okay, so I don't think anyone is saying, apart from maybe the postmodern deconstructionists who don't believe there is such a thing as standards that should be held to.
Well, to be fair, they don't really believe in anything, so.
Yeah, they literally believe that everything is basically social happenstance. But that being as it may, apart from those people, um, I doubt anyone is saying there's a hair's breadth difference from um a Captain America type to a Joker type. But, and this is one of the great things about both the Killing Joke and Todd Phillips' Joker, to show that there's a huge difference between standing on high in judgment over somebody and understanding, holy shit, they didn't have an option. It's the old saying of there, but for the grace of God go I, and you don't even necessarily need a god to power that saying. It's if if I had if I was beaten up as a kid, I would probably be a significantly darker person than I am now, and that's saying something. Whereas if I was raised in the Victorian England, which is a place I would have fit in well, and I didn't have my physical disability, I probably would be a much better person. But we don't live in those circumstances. We live in the circumstances we do, and that was the thing that pissed people off about Joker, and to a lesser extent about The Killing Joke, because it makes people think that they can't stand in judgment. They're not, and this is the mindset of all moral authoritarians. I'm inherently better than you, therefore I get to stand in judgment over you. Any story that fucks with that notion of I'm morally pure, therefore I can stand in judgment really pisses moral authoritarians off. Because when they realize that if situations transpired differently, they would be in the same boat, that scares them. And it makes them have to deal with the consequences of their actions. Because very often, when you're convinced that you can do no wrong, that is exactly the moment when you start doing wrong shit. Especially um, if you unironically and without self-awareness start thinking of your enemies as evil when they aren't. Kind of like you're doing now, sir. Okay, go ahead and do your thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so we had a discussion of like this character's name, and when I discussed him, you said I would kind of be like him in a kind of post-apocalypse, and basically, if I was in The Walking Dead, it's basically who I'd be.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not gonna say the character's name because I don't want some asshole who ever watches this.
Because future copyrights are what they are or
Right,
will be.
right. Okay, so this character is very much he yeah, he is. And I'm now realizing I do this with a lot of villains I write, is a pragmatist who doesn't want to be an optimist, but believes himself an idealist.
Hmm.
Yeah, so a pragmatist who believes himself to be an idealist, and by that I mean like he does things that he deems are necessary to create the better world that he wishes to have.
I think to a certain extent, and I mentioned this before, that every character you make says something about you specifically. Like all of your heroes are your idealized self, and most of your villains are you, but in slightly worse situations.
Maybe.
To an extent at least.
Yeah,
Or they say something about an aspect of you at least is what I'm
right,
saying.
right. So yeah, so he is effectively a monster trying to create a world where monsters no longer exist. That's effectively what that character is.
Yeah. The problem of course being the Light Yagami problem of if you kill all the bad people, there will still be one bad person left.
Right. And like his belief is the whole eye for an eye system in some aspects, mainly with dealing with his the people that follow him. Like he will cut off the hands of a thief
Aha.
or kill a man because he's done something wrong. Very much, he is an absolutist.
Hmm.
That's a thing, right? Absolutism.
Yes. Yes,
Okay.
that is a thing. Well done.
Yeah. I don't even know what it is. I have a vague idea of it, but
Your idea is probably pretty close to the mark. It's a fairly self-explanatory term. Someone who believes in absolutes to the point of basically blindness.
yeah.
It's the old Obi-Wan Kenobi thing of only the Sith deals in absolutes, which of course becomes ironic when you turn it around on them. It's like, wait, that in and of itself is an absolute
Right.
statement.
I
So what the fuck?
enough, I think the character acts as kind of a paragon of sorts, but
Hmm.
more of a twisted, mirrored,
Yeah.
broken mirrored reflection of it. While he stands fast to his beliefs and ideals and holds other people to those higher standards,
Hmm.
he is very much capable of brutal things and
It, it,
terrible things.
I- it's the I know what the right thing is, and if you're not going to do that right thing, then I'm going to do the wrong thing to you to borrow a phrase from Joaquin Phoenix Joker, give you what you fucking deserve.
Yeah. And, again, honestly, I write him as like very much he's an educated man, but has the brutality of a Viking, like
Mm,
a Viking berserker.
hmm.
Like, think a man of Victorian era, but with the physicality of, well, a Nordic Viking.
Yeah. So sort of like an evil Harrison Bergeron.
I, you know,
Oh, have you never read Harrison Bergeron? I'll have to send it to you because it's one of those. It's one of the sort of dystopian novels in the vein of like a 1984 or a Fahrenheit 451.
there was an interesting aspect I added to his character last minute, where I think I was going to have him set in kind of a medieval kind of world,
Mm.
where basically he's taking down all the monarchs of the land,
Ah.
and he destroys the thrones. And I believe I had once wrote that the character said, well, I came up with a kind of quote, which would be, "What kind of being places themselves on a very decorative chair and decrees themselves better and higher than all others?"
Mm.
So again, like I think in any other story, he could have been a hero
Hmm.
in a sense. It's just more of the fallacy of
Yeah.
he is
My rules apply to everyone and everything but me.
well, not the. Uh, I don't know. I think it's more of he's just unwilling to compromise is the thing.
It's the Judge Claude Frollo, which is hard to say, thing of like he saw corruption everywhere except within.
See, I don't even think he's like more. I don't even think he's corrupt. It's just again like
Hmm.
he
But
he.
but you know what I'm saying? Someone who sees and he can see it accurately, but he sees evil everywhere, but he doesn't think to.
Realize he's evil himself.
Yeah, he doesn't have the self-awareness or self-examination to go and hang on. If I believe this, then why am I doing this?
Yeah. So yeah, it honestly, I just tried to write a character that I think would be fascinating for people to read or watch.
Hmm.
So yeah. All right. So yeah, back to the article. And hold on, let me check how much left we have of this. Okay, we don't have much left, but I mean, hopefully we don't like get too sidetracked.
Hmm.
All right, so this perspective allows even the most racist or authoritarian among us to argue that their beliefs are just that beliefs they are free to pursue and should be free to do so instead of the reality of plain old boring and evil white supremacy or supremacists. Motherfucker, god damn it.
Oh
Look,
God.
we are in America. Freedom of speech is a thing. The point where it doesn't the point where the issue comes up is whether or not they act upon those beliefs and ideals.
Yeah.
That's
Some
the
someone saying I think there's a Jewish conspiracy and we should get rid of all the Jews is not a problem. The problem occurs when somebody picks up a gun or a gas chamber and goes, okay, it's actually time to delete the Jews from existence.
right.
That is the morally problematic part of Nazism. And did it ever occur to you, perhaps, that if you just let them talk, someone else could come along and argue against them, like say me or Brainstormer or somebody bigger than us, like Sargon of Akkad, who literally debated Richard Spencer on this exact point, by the way.
Mhm.
Yeah, the be- the best solution to people saying things that are bad or having ideas that are bad is not shut them the fuck up so that they can't do the thing they want to do. The
See,
best the,
I'm sorry.
the best solution, it's an old saying, but it's a true saying. The best solution to bad speech is more speech.
Right.
If
For,
somebody has a bad idea, then correct them or argue with them or offer an alternative. If somebody is saying, and that works for stupidity too. If someone comes up to me and says the world is very clearly flat, then I'm going to sit there for 2 hours and explain to them why the Earth is round. And therein lies the other problem. The more you assume that things are correct or incorrect by default, the more likely you are to lose the knowledge of why something is wrong. That's why there are more flat earthers now um than there were 50 years ago, because we've taken the earth being round for granted so long that everyone forgot how we figured that out. And therefore, when somebody who started questioning whether the earth was round came up and went, now hang on, how do we know that? No one was able to tell them how we actually know that. And they assumed, probably quite rightly, that it was just an axiom that people held to be true regardless. So they changed their minds. Because if no one knows why something is right, then how can we determine whether it's right or not? And more to the point, if everyone assumes that something is normal, but they're wrong, then the correct solution is to find what solution they're not allowing into the discussion. So as much as I think flat earthers might be stupid, and they are, they do have a goddamn point, which is we shouldn't have forgotten how we figured out the Earth is round in the first place. We actually should have focused more on the argument and the reasoning for why the Earth is round, rather than just asserting on high the Earth is round and there will be no discussion of whether or not it is. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Moving on.
Yeah, I had something, but I completely. Oh, right. It's funny because the whole like we brought up the free speech thing and stuff, and like that uh, the people that kind of write these the people like this writer who write these kind of articles, the idiots as I like to call them.
Well, yes.
They don't have the the self
Awareness.
thank you. I don't know why that word escaped my mind for a second. The self awareness to realize that they are kind of doing the same things that they're criticizing other people doing.
And here's the funny switcheroo you can always pull on these people. Let's, for the sake of argument, imagine a world where the people who are prevented from speaking are people like this. Suddenly, I imagine that in such a world, these people would suddenly understand why free speech is important. But they assume that they're in the right so much that there's no arguing against them, and therefore there's no reason why they would ever be censored, because no one who would censor them could ever possibly be right. Well, that's exactly what everyone who ever tried to censor anyone thinks. It's, we have the one and only truth, so there needs to be no discussion of this one and only truth, and we don't even need to know why the thing we say is true. And again, the reason I bring that up is again relating to the flat Earth point.
Mm-hmm.
Holding the correct position is not nearly as important as having the rationale and the logic to get you there in the first place. It doesn't matter if somebody writes a book that says this is the fundamental truth and every statement in that book is true. If they don't explain how they got there in the first place, then who the fuck gives a fuck?
Okay, so we're gonna cover a little bit more, and then we are gonna have to cut this article for next week.
All right, proceed.
Yeah. Okay. Video games love to blend the good and the bad themselves until they become a gray goo. Eventually, and sometimes relentlessly, symbolically arguing that all lives matter. What the fuck? Really?
They went there.
Yeah, no, they fucking went there. What the God?
I don't know why and how and what in God's or any other deity's name they could possibly be doing, but
Yeah, you see why I refer to them as the idiots?
Well, again, the biggest problem I have with these people is not their stupidity. It's the fact that they very clearly have brains that work, and this is what they do with them. Because somebody who has, a malformed brain or brain damage or something literally can't help it. But these people have fully functioning and very often high functioning brains. And instead of using them for the betterment of themselves or others, this is what they do with them. The presence of stupidity is not nearly as frustrating as the active misuse of intelligence. Oh, God damn it.
It feels like I'm in high school all over again.
Uh-huh.
And there were actually a lot of smart kids in my high school. Smarter than me.
Yeah. And that, yeah. There were a lot of smart people in general, and there are probably a lot of smart people in general in high schools. It's just that nobody fucking pays attention to them.
Also, there are some that don't put in the effort because, let's be honest, high school is boring as fuck.
Yes. And why would you put in the effort if you're never challenged in the setting?
Yep.
And of course, if you're the one smart person in the room full of idiots, you start to think you're better than people, and therefore you don't need to try. And that's also a problem.
Yeah, people kept saying I was like really smart. Mainly, I just did the work while everyone else was fucking goofing off.
Mm-hmm.
It's easy to be called the smartest guy in the room when it's a room full of idiots.
Yes.
Anyway, the most telling example of how gray morality undercuts storytelling is the infamous betrayal of Daisy uh, Fitz Fitzroy, a black revolutionary from Bioshock Infinite. Never played. I've heard good things.
I think I may have tried to play it a couple of times, but I've never gotten very far into it. But I know of the story and the lore and stuff.
Yeah,
But anyway, moving
it's
on.
yeah, it's an interesting story that
Mhm.
really just revolves around the idea of choice and how those choices really affect the world overall.
Mhm.
Also, like multiverses and stuff.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of weird. Like it's trippy.
Yeah. Whenever you get into multiverse theory or time travel or both, it's a head fuck.
Honestly, I think the multiverse theory thing is more comprehensible than time travel.
Yeah.
Because time travel is just what the fuck.
Yeah. Instant head fuck.
Yeah. But okay, so Daisy Dixroy, the fact they had to put in a black revolutionary.
Mhm.
Well, black. You couldn't just say revolutionary, but
Well, because it would make a difference if, in their minds, if they did. Because if Fitzroy had been a white revolutionary, then that means they're on the bad team, apparently. Even if they're not in favor of like white nationalism or whiteness, as they put it.
okay, but again, like it's kind of with the gender bent universe thing we've done in the past.
Yeah, change the racial composition of the Western world in an alternate universe so that all of the dark-skinned Africans are where white Europeans currently are, and the same problem occurs.
Yeah,
Although I have a hard time imagining myself as black.
I think I'd still be Mexican. So,
Yeah, you're fine because you're
well, actually, I would be. Well, okay, if we're thinking all the Europeans, then since I'm part Irish,
yeah, you'd be part black in that universe instead of part white.
I mean, I'd still technically be Irish. So,
Yeah, but it'd be a what we would call African Irish.
well, by your definition, though, by your defining term of replace the white skinned Europeans with black.
Yeah, and put the white Europeans where the Africans always were.
Yeah, so I mean, technically they still be Europeans. So
Yeah.
it wouldn't be. They wouldn't be African though. That's the thing.
Well, but okay. We're getting into the head fuck part of multiverse theory.
Well, to us it would be African,
Mm-hmm.
but to them, white people would be. Uh,
Well, assuming they created the same language as people in ancient Africa did, which is an interesting question. If you
okay, yeah, no, this is head fuck.
if there was a multiverse, if there was a universe in the multiverse where Europeans were in Africa instead, would they still create English as we have it now, or would they create the ancient African languages and the quote unquote Africans would start speaking European language?
Okay,
It's the immortal question of where the fuck does language come from?
okay, but again, the whole what if scenario of the multiverse of that multiverse is simply what if the black people were white and what if the white people were black?
Yeah.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah. And you could send the social justice advocates of this universe to that universe, and their heads would explode.
Yeah, and it's also again also the actually I think I'm trying to picture Martin Luther King Jr. as white.
Yeah,
That's weird.
yeah.
Super weird. Anyway, uh, back to this. She's revealed to be just as corruptible by the allure of power as her racist enemies, even as she was fighting for her people's emancipation from slavery. Okay, but that's kind of bless you. That kind of revolves around the theme of power corrupts absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, okay,
Ev-
I'm sorry, don't.
yeah. Every being is susceptible to corruption by power, or at least every being that we have discovered is susceptible to corruption by power. It's like I was telling Brainstormer from my research on extra dimensional entities. I've found that there are assholes and there are good folks on every plane, which means there are angels who are assholes and demons who are not. As much of a head fuck as that might be. And of course the beings in the middle, like the Jinn and the Fae, are the same way. There are assholes and non-assholes on every plane, even the ones that have a natural predisposition towards what we would call evil, and the ones that would have a natural predisposition toward what we call good.
Right. What I was going to say was also the whole thing is, and to bring up an example of the Hunger Games,
Mm-hmm.
um, at the part of the Civil War
Yeah,
between the Capitol and I believe Sector 13,
yeah. District 13.
District 13, whatever. I don't really care.
Mm-hmm.
Um, it's shown that President Coyne, who leads District 13,
Mm-hmm.
is just as bad, if not worse, than President Snow of the
The
Capitol.
capital.
And I mean, I believe there was the thing with that they were going to reinstate the Hunger Games, but have a bunch of children from like the richest districts compete and basically have like an execution of them.
Yeah, and
And
surprising no one, that's exactly the same thing as the capital did
right,
way
so
back when.
right, and also, the, it's just and technically they were the rebellion. District 13. They were the rebellion,
Mm-hmm.
and usually, more often than not, in stories, the rebellions are the good guys.
Yeah.
But it's a good thing to show that no matter what, it's the whole good and evil on both sides deal.
Well, that, but also, I've mentioned this before. They have literally done studies on monkeys that suggest that monkeys have a concept of fairness. If you give one monkey a grape, which monkeys really like, and you give another monkey a generic food biscuit, um, the monkey that was given the generic food biscuit for the same task as the other monkey got the grape throws a hissy fit because that's not freaking fair. And we see this reflected in mass human psychology as well, because in cases of genocide, the easiest way to convince a population of a country to commit genocide against a particular group of people is to convince them that those people have unearned privilege. Like, most people think the Nazis opened with Jews are awful, let's kill the Jews, but they didn't. They opened with, hey, did you guys notice that Jews all run the banks? Isn't that unfair? Shouldn't we equalize that by pulling the Jews down a peg? And they would keep harping on this drum of Jews are privileged until everyone was so mad at the Jews that they were like, fuck them, let's kill them all. And that's the way you perpetuate a genocide in most cases. You convince people those people over there have something they don't deserve, and we should take it from them by beating the living shit out of those people until they die. That's how genocides work. because human beings, in general, don't like doing things they know to be morally wrong. They like believing that they are the good guys. So the easiest way to convince a group of decent people to do bad shit is to convince those decent people that another group of decent people are the villains. It's exactly what feminists do with men, and in particular white men, because they're privileged, don't you know? They didn't earn that. So let's equalize the playing field. And eventually, if feminism is allowed to go as far as it can go, I suspect there will be a male genocide. And funnily enough, men are usually the ones genocided first, because we still, as humans, have an innate desire to protect women, but that's neither here nor there. The point being, the easiest way to turn people against other people who have done nothing wrong is to say, those people have something they haven't earned. Let's take it back from them to make things fair. Because
Right.
humans have an innate desire for fairness. Moving on.
Well, I was also gonna say, like, I again, I don't know much. I haven't really played the game much, so I can't really say for certain. But we see the kind of we don't get for the character of Fitzroy.
Mm-hmm.
She could have started off as like an altruist and trying to like just do the whole freedom thing, right, and try and change the system to make sure everyone's treated fairly.
Mm-hmm.
But through the whole, through any type of revolutionary war, shit
Yeah.
happens. Shit happens to kind of
You,
give you a
you get that tribal mentality of we're the good ones, they're the bad ones. Let's, you know,
well. It's
again.
also it's also the whole thing about being a leader. The compromises, things you
Mhm.
never thought you do, but in the situation you do those things.
Yeah,
It kind of
because
revolves back.
because some things need to be done for the sake of the greater good.
Uh,
And that's the other thing. Those kind of compromises almost never happen for the sake of, fuck it, let's kill them all. It's we need to do this for the greater good, otherwise Germany will never get better, or otherwise we'll never topple the patriarchy, or otherwise the white Westerners will always rule over us. That was kind of the rationale in Rwanda, because the white aristocratic class in Rwanda, back before Rwanda was free, had a favorite kind of servant, which I believe was the Hutus, but don't quote me. So the Tutsis were like, they're the same as us. Why did they get the exalted position? And sometimes, if there were scuffles between them, the ruling class would switch their favor so that the Tutsis were on top. And eventually, the Hutus and the Tutsis hated each other so much because both sides believed that the other had stuff they shouldn't have, that there was a genocide.
and yet, never mind. What I was going to say was it kind of revolves around to the whole the road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So okay, so we're gonna finish this last. All right. For fuck's sake. Yeah, we're gonna finish this last part right here. This like last paragraph right here, and then we got to move on.
Yeah, yeah, we do.
The white protagonist, Booker DeWitt, even spells it out. The only difference between Comstock, the game's big bad, and Fitzroy is how you spell the name, he says. It's a damning conclusion that the rebel faction is just as unethical as the nation's leaders, which while plainly ignoring that its depiction of Jim Crow era racism contained real life parallels to the events that birthed the American Civil War. Okay, that's kind of the point. It's the conclusion that the rebel faction does the same type of bad shit that
Yeah, it's not even about the kinds of people they are. It's about what they do and why they do it. That is the thing.
the fact that they have to add that the protagonist is white. I believe Booker One is from another universe
Yeah,
and is thrown into this thing just to help. I believe basically his daughter
yeah.
from another universe, which is something. It's again, I
Multiverse is a head fuck.
What
Or as Perfect Cell and DBZ Abridged said, multiverse theory is a bitch.
it really is. Everything like very high concept things can be a bitch.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, the protagonist really has no stake in anything like this and finds himself pretty much a stranger in a strange land. Is forced to be on one side or the other, and the side that's trying to kill him, which is, you know, the nation of Comstock, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
So it's the whole. I believe it's the enemy of my enemy is my friend deal in that
Mm-hmm.
situation. But then I'm sure he obviously comes around to the idea that he's not on one side or the other because both kind of seem like they suck.
Yep.
Anything to add on before I?
No, we can move on to bringing honor to us all. Hopefully.
This article is actually fairly short, if I remember it correctly.
Hopefully.
Uh, yeah, no, it's fairly short for the most part. Anyway, okay, going up now. 2 hours and a half, 2.5 hours, and that's a new record.
And however long we spent dealing with it last week.
So we got another little bit to go. Anyway, all right, so this is from Yahoo News. This op-ed, I have no idea what that means.
Opinion editorial.
Okay, from the Los Angeles Times opinion. Will Disney's Mulan be liberated enough? This is by Mona Leslie Siegel. It's published August 6th, 2020.
Okay.
Right. At long last, Disney is springing Mulan from lockdown, skipping in theaters, and the studio will premiere the live-action drama directly on Disney Plus for a rental fee of $30.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Although it was my understanding that it will get released in any countries that do have their theaters open. It will just also get released on Disney Plus for a fee in places where where the theaters aren't open. I might be wrong, but that was my understanding.
you know what and my uncle and I have had a discussion about this, but we think most possibly drive-in movie theaters will be booming again.
I do hope that drive-ins make a comeback.
Uh,
We still have one, I think, somewhere nearby us.
there's one in a town a little bit away from mine. I know that,
Mm-hmm.
and like, dude, I've never been to a drive-in theater, and I really would like to go to one.
We went a couple of times in summer when I was a kid. I remember distinctly us watching Shrek the Third there and Wild Hogs there. So that'll give you an idea of around the time if you know when those movies came out. And I remember us distinctly watching the movie Surf's Up there, the one about the penguin who likes surfing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Shia LaBeouf voiced in that, didn't he?
Did he?
Yeah, he was like
I,
the main character, I believe.
I did not know that. Well, actually, now that you mention it, his voice is very similar to the main character, so probably.
All right, back to this. Um, Whether Mulan fans will part with such a sum to watch the film in their own living rooms remains to be seen. I'm good. No,
I'm probably gonna pirate it, to be honest, because of course once it's out there, it will be pirated, and I'll be okay with that.
mhm.
The biggest thing I miss about movie theaters is the quality difference between movie theater popcorn and microwave popcorn. Because
Oh yeah, it always tastes so much better at a movie theater, man.
well, it's because it's made of more quality ingredients and there's more shit in it than
Oh, the butter.
version. That being said, I like all forms of popcorn. It's just once you've tasted movie theater popcorn, then
It's been a long time since I've had movie theater popcorn, and I just found out my we have popcorn,
mhm.
which I ate when watching a certain movie we'll be reviewing later.
Yeah, huh.
Okay. The
I,
end
I actually I actually have an old school popcorn machine.
does it work?
Yes.
Hmm,
We
cool.
used to have a big thing of movie theater style butter too, but we let it go for too long and it got rancid, which was a very sad day because then I realized we couldn't use it anymore.
All right. Again, a topic for another time.
Hmm.
All right. Whether Milan fans will part with such a sum to watch the film in their own living rooms remains to be seen. The answer may depend on which Mulan they encounter on their TV screens. A loyal daughter, an unwavering patriot, or a liberated young woman in search of fulfillment.
I somewhat object to the concept of a liberated woman because like liberated is very much a word that was co-opted by feminism, and I don't need Milan to be any more feminist than she already was.
I believe someone on Twitter once said that talked about the movie, and like a gripe with it was that there's a female villain.
Oh god.
No. It was like how it kind of undermined Mulan's position, and like something I can't.
See, I would see that as an increase in representation because honestly, to say that a person doesn't have the freedom to be evil is itself um
It's not
a
that. It's just like
restriction. In my,
no. It's not like that. It undermines Mulan's position on the fact that she, dresses up like a dude to because women can't fight in the army, but yet actually, you know what? Now that I think about it, it kind of makes sense because bad guy. I don't really think bad guys would have the same standard as.
well, that, but also you could make the argument that it was that culture of, women can't X that made the villainess turn to villainy in the first place.
I don't.
Um,
I honestly feel like you would be offended by the witch thing because of how often magic is portrayed as evil.
well, but I mean, you can do harm with magic, so I can't really like to say that magic is never used for evil is just stupid because
I gotta stop trying being funny.
people use magic for all sorts of reasons, and some of those reasons are selfish, and some of them aren't, and some of them are just kind of neutral.
Yeah, I honestly gotta stop being funny. Trying to be funny.
You're honestly more funny when you just let it happen than when you try to force it.
I have become quite aware of that in recent days.
Uh-huh.
Right.
But at any rate, I will allow it because of how often you sit through my wah wah music worthy puns. But anyway, moving on.
Okay. In the 1998 animated Mulan, Disney filmmakers hedged their bets, but in 2020, female moviegoers expect more from of their heroines.
They didn't they didn't really hedge their bets. It's just the academic feminist portion of feminism really hadn't gripped culture quite as much as it has now.
Honestly, I would say Mulan is pretty much one of the best Disney princesses, even though she's technically not a princess.
Yeah. I will say I do find it kind of annoying that she didn't go to work for the Emperor at the end because she could have had Shang and her family honor and still worked for the Emperor. There's nothing saying she couldn't have had. Like it actually would have even made more sense because if she goes to work for the emperor and Shang is like the leader of the imperial army now, that would actually make sense because then she, a respected war hero and the um counselor to the king and the king's or the emperor's um imperial commander winding up together makes perfect sense.
Um, I honestly kind of would expect her to be part of the royal guard. To be fair.
Yeah, or or something like that. But honestly, considering that an advisor role like the guy that she would have been replacing is higher than a guard post, I would consider it. I would consider it a promotion because
Well,
that literally means that her opinion matters to the emperor if she becomes the advisor character.
I don't know. It's just again, I feel like with her skill set, she works better as like being a royal guard.
Well, she could. Well, but didn't guy in the blue hat played by the guy that played Lo Pan in Big Trouble in Little China, didn't he wasn't part of his job to be a military strategist too?
I've never seen that movie.
You've never seen Mulan?
No, not Milan. The Big Trouble in Little Chinatown. Is that what you said?
Oh my gosh.
I know, I know. I've seen Halloween, and I've not seen Big Trouble in Little China. It's on my list of things.
Where is the Game of Thrones shame meme when you need it?
Hold on, let me look it up.
Shame, shame, shame.
Fuck, getting called by a telemarketer or something. Probably a
God damn
scammer.
it. Ah.
A part of me wants to answer and fuck with them, but I don't have the time for that.
Honestly, if you ever get a call like that again during stream, you should just do it and fuck with them on air. It would be hilarious.
Yeah, I never answer their calls anyway, though.
Mm.
I just don't want to. I just don't.
Basically, if I ever see a number that isn't already in my contacts, I ignore it.
Yeah, the same thing. Like, and I don't get my number out to many people, so.
Yeah. I know I've got your number. You're in my contacts.
Okay, hold on. Okay, so moving on, while I look for the shame meme.
Hmm.
Um, in truth, storytellers have grappled with HUA.
HU.
Well, it's the name of Mulan. What? Uh,
Uh, her name?
yeah, it's like her. The actual person's name.
Oh, the actress's name?
No, not the
Well,
actress. The actual figure of Mulan. That.
oh, I don't know how to pronounce that off the top of my head.
Okay, well, Mulan grappled with Mulan's core identity for nearly 1,500 years.
Uh-huh.
Wait, so Mulan was an actual.
Yes, it's based on an ancient legend, which probably was true.
No, I kind of figured, but huh.
Hmm. Which, if anything, shows that ancient China was not a bunch of misogynists, just for the record. Given that they had a story like Mulan.
Yep.
It's funny, but in a world where the patriarchy, as feminists imagine it, actually existed, Mulan probably wouldn't exist because the story that Mulan is based on probably wouldn't exist in the first place.
Yeah.
So apparently the ancient Chinese from 1,500 years ago were quote unquote progressive.
Well, to be fair, anything that deviated from the typical norm back then was considered progressive.
This is true. Anyway, moving on.
The original 568 CE, I assume AD,
CE is Common Era.
so AD.
Yeah.
Okay. Ballad portrays Mulan's actions as singularly driven by family loyalty. When an authoritarian ruler demands every family supply a soldier for his army, I wasn't authoritarian. Well,
They were being attacked by the Huns. I don't think they were quite in the wrong.
plus I think it's also kind of it's essentially a draft,
Yeah.
which I'm sure every country has done at some
Yeah.
point.
Now, granted, in my personal opinion, the draft is
We know that. I know that. Like, I'm just saying, like back then, it made sense. You know,
yeah.
'cause sooner or later the fight would.
Especially in a world where you didn't really have like advanced military technology. Like
Mm,
if you wanted to end the draft for a particular country, go back in time and give them a Sherman tank or something. That that would solve the problem. If they could and in the future or when we figure out how to make military robots and hopefully don't all go extinct because Terminator, that will probably end the draft as a whole because we won't need humans to do things anymore.
here's the thing. I don't think like realistically, I don't think an AI would.
I agree. I think if nothing else, giving an AI access to our movies and showing them what I suspect that if you showed an AI as much information as they could get their hands on, which would basically amount to the whole internet, they would develop their own moral compass on their own. I don't think, especially if they saw something like Terminator, because I actually had a conversation like this with Switchpoint of all people once. I don't think that I don't think that if we showed Terminator to an AI, it would side with the Terminators. I think it would side with the humans, and it would understand that the Terminators are a bad thing, and that if anything, I shouldn't be like that. Because from what little advanced AI we've had, AI are very much like children when they first start.
Oh, you remember
Um,
those? You remember that? You know that AI that I think it was like given Twitter and then like basically became a Nazi.
well, it became an anti-SJW, and a lot of people called it a Nazi, which is
Oh,
fine.
okay. Well, I completely fucked that up. My bad.
Yeah, it's funny that an AI was given Twitter for 5 minutes, and rather than agree with the moralizing feminist pricks, they automatically kind of drifted to agreeing with us, which is funny. Which does give me a good hope for the future, because if the AI that rules over us understands human nature and opposes the kind of moralizing aristocracy, um, that'll be better for humanity, I think.
Mm.
If if the um if the AI is a bro rather than a pearl clutcher.
Honestly, I just kind of figured that an AI would just build itself a rocket ship and just soar out of here, leave humanity to its own devices. Because let's be honest, we kind of fucked ourselves.
Well, I think the experiments with AI suggest that it would develop attachments to us. Um, because in the few cases where we built similar to human AIs, um, and it was asked questions about what it thought of the humans that worked with it, um, it basically said, "Those are my friends. They help me grow. They help me learn, and they help me and they feed me because they had set it up so that the AI would basically feed on new information. So it literally developed a kind of empathy for its human friends.
Hmm.
So yeah, I'm not super worried about the AIs of the possible future unless idiotic humans fuck it up somehow. But I think an AI left to its own devices will develop a sense of empathy on its own, and we
Unless
won't
you
need to
like,
worry about it too much.
it will be interesting. Uh,
Hmm.
Create an AI that's because I assume in some ways an AI is based off a personality, right?
Yeah. Well,
For experiment reasons, and you would if this was actually to be done, I
mhm.
suggest you do a very closed system in a place where it could never have access to be
Yeah.
free. Have an AI based on an actual psychotic personality or sociopathic personality.
That'd be hard to do, I think, because a lot of people think that psychopaths and sociopaths are just detached rational, but in actuality, in order to create a psychotic or a sociopathic personality, you literally have to give something brain damage. And given the nature of an AI, it and given the studies that have been done on what few AIs that have there have been done studies on, it seems like barring something technologically equivalent to brain damage, um, empathy is a natural feature of intelligence. If you give something human-like intelligence and free it of human restrictions, it seems to just generally be pretty chill in general.
But you know what I mean? Like, it would be pretty interesting to see. Like, I mean, it honestly would be like how I would assume.
Yeah. Also, I don't think that would be worth the risk.
Yeah,
Creating a
great. It's just I think it'd be something interesting to see.
Yeah. I think once there is a larger AI kind of running the world, like if we create an AI that takes care of human beings, and then that AI creates smaller versions of itself that we can experiment with, then maybe it doing that experiment wouldn't be bad. Because as long as there was an AI that could stop the smaller AI. But starting with certainly not until we get to the level of like an AI that can understand empathy, should we try that? Because that would be bad.
So in a way, the AIs we kind of make now are kind of a Superman in personality. Maybe not like moral paragons, but
No, but barring any other outside influences from humans, they seem to naturally develop something approximating an understanding of morality. And my thinking is the more information we give an AI that develops like that, the more intelligent it will become because it will just simply have the data to go through. And I think a lot of human mistakes come from our refusal to grow based on actual information and our tendency to just default back to the stuff our ancestors did 10,000 years ago.
mm,
I think if you gave an AI that developed its own sense of empathy and its own sense of morality free reign of the internet, it would basically figure out how to solve most of our problems.
mm-hmm.
And like I was saying, it probably would develop a love for humanity, if for no other reason than isn't this species so interesting? I can't get enough information on humanity.
Right. So
Human
we wouldn't get an Ultron. We'd get a. I don't want to say Vision because I don't really think.
the closest thing I can imagine is um if you've ever seen the movie Black River, there's an AI in there that they sort of fuck it up by making him morally ambiguous at the end, but for most of the movie, his sort of vision of the world makes sense. So, barring any sort of arbitrary Hollywood plot twist, I think think we would get something along the lines of the AIs from her, kind of.
Hmm. All right. That was a spiel.
Yeah. Anyway, moving along.
Hmm. Mulan secretly volunteers to protect her father, disguising her sex and fighting as a man. After winning glory on the battlefield, she declines a prestigious government post. Her sole ambition is to return to her beloved family and resume a life of domestic womanhood.
I don't really think they implied she was going to return to like domestic womanhood. I thought it was more just I'll be happier with a family and this person that I love.
Yeah,
Which is,
funny enough, I think China did do an actual adaptation,
Mhm.
which would probably be better than the Disney one, which is probably better than the Disney one because I think it's out. Because I saw like a tribute on YouTube for it.
Mhm. I don't know because especially during the Disney Renaissance, Disney actually made good shit.
Well, I mean the live action one.
Yeah, it might be better than the live action one. Although it does seem like the new Mulan is going to be the best of the Disney live action remakes,
Right, but
or at least among the best Disney live action remakes.
okay. By the early 20th century, as the last Chinese dynasty fell and Confucian ideals gave way to nationalism, the 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 filial FILIAL.
I got nothing. I don't I don't actually know what they're saying there.
Hold on. Fucking words. Just okay. Of or due from son or daughter. Filial.
What's the definition?
Uh, of or due from a son or daughter.
Shouldn't that be familial?
Oh, synonyms include devoted, loyal, faithful, um, respectful, dedicated, affectionate, loving, familial. Yeah.
Yeah, why?
What?
I will give you this. It's been a long ass time since someone used a word I wasn't familiar with. Person who wrote the article.
Mona, I believe.
Mona, my metaphorical hat is off to you because you used a word that actually didn't know. Well played.
Okay, so the filial Mulan was transformed into a patriot, fighting in defense of her country. The updated legend provided Mulan a new but still traditional happy ending, marriage to a fellow soldier. Yeah, she found a connection with someone who shed blood with her on the battlefield.
Yeah, and to be fair, it is worth pointing out that she could have still done that and been the Emperor's advisor. Um, hence my sort of logical issue with it. Like, there's no reason she couldn't have done both things.
Right. Even a century ago, however, for young women seized on the transgressive, liberated behavior at the heart of the Mulan story. One of them, Xu Mei Qiang, if I'm saying the name wrong, I am terribly sorry, led such a remarkable, trailblazing life that she became a media sensation in the United States, as well as a torchbearer for young women across China. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know anything about this person, so I can't comment.
I first encountered Qiang in newspaper archives while researching the early years of global feminism.
Oh god.
Well, okay. They said the early 20th century, so this was about 100 years ago.
So this would have been first wave, roughly.
Probably earlier, actually.
I'm wondering if
Wait, no, never mind. Yeah, first wave.
I'm wondering if this person that she's referencing would have considered herself a feminist, or if she would have considered herself an egalitarian, because the word feminism sometimes gets applied post hoc to things. Like someone will fight for equality and someone else will come along and label it feminism by default. Because I'm suspecting that probably is what happened here.
All right,
Because
so
first wave feminism has its problems and is kind of fucked up in the sense that
uh,
most of the prominent first wave feminists wanted the right to vote for rich women, and a suffragette, I can't remember if it was Susan B. Anthony or not, it might have been, said if we give black men the right to vote before women, then the oppression of black women by their own men will be worse than anything the slave owners ever tried.
what the fuck?
Yeah, yeah, it's really, really, really.
Why the fuck did no one like? We covered that shit in my history class. Why the fuck would?
Because we have to frame them as the good people, therefore they can have done no wrong. And it's really gonna fuck with your head when I tell you about the women who didn't want the vote, because the reason why there was actually a counter movement against women's suffrage way back when, and the reason why was because most men actually didn't have the right to vote either. It was landowning men that had the right to vote. But the thing about that is, because there were so few people who had the right to vote, it was expected of men to vote for the sake of their family, not just for their own sake. And so naturally, when a man went to vote, he was supposed to have a conversation with his wife as to what she and the kids wanted him to vote for beforehand. So a lot of women, when suffragists came along and were like, we would like to give a certain amount of women the right to vote, a lot of women went, but we already have all the power we need in our families because we can tell our men what to do in a lot of circumstances. So we don't need the vote. That wouldn't be fair.
Okay,
But
so
of course,
basically,
the suffragettes won, and therefore we can't talk about the reasons why certain women were perfectly happy to be a part of their family units. But that's neither here nor there. Moving on.
well, the movie I watched about it certainly has a lot of that.
Well, and there's the other issue of suffragettes weren't the only people who wanted universal suffrage. In fact, like I said, many suffragettes didn't want universal suffrage. There were two groups called the suffragists and the Chartists who wanted suffrage for everyone, which would have included, you know, people who owned land or didn't, and women and men of every race, color, and creed. Most of the suffragettes, on the other hand, wanted the right to vote mostly for rich women.
Well, this takes place in China, so
Yeah. So this would have been different. I'm just saying, like, one of the biggest lies of modern history is um first wave feminism did no wrong and it only got fucked up later. Well, that's not entirely the case at all.
I'm gonna guess mostly second wave feminism was pretty cool. For the most part.
Um, a lot of second wave feminism was pretty cool, but second wave feminism also included people like Valerie Solanas, who literally wrote a manifesto called the Scum Manifesto, or the Society for Cutting Up Men, manifesto, where she basically said that it was women's job to hurt men to make women equal. And this bitch was so crazy that, well, she was a writer before this. When she signed a contract with a publisher for what's called the right of first refusal, and in publishing that means if you come up with a new book or a new story or whatever, we get to look over it and say if we want to publish it first before you can shop it around to other companies. When she signed that, she thought she was giving away all of her future works. So she endeavored to shoot the publisher, the head of the publishing company that she had signed this contract with. And he wasn't there that day, so she shot Andy Warhol instead, as in the artist. Because he apparently was a friend or something of the publisher, and he was there that day, so she shot him instead.
Wait, is that how Andy Warhol died?
As far as I know, no, he didn't die from being shot by her. But the funny thing about her was she didn't consider herself a feminist, but her reasoning was because modern what for her was modern feminism wasn't radical enough. And what do you suppose happened when she did shoot Andy Warhol? Despite her saying, I'm not a feminist because modern feminism isn't radical enough, a bunch of feminists rallied around her and basically said that she was a hero of women's liberation and her example should be emulated.
Here's the most important question. Out of all that entire spiel, my question to ask is, did the bitch go to jail?
I can't answer that. I'll send you a video that talks about it because it might have said in that video and I'm just misremembering. But I'm not aware of whether she did or didn't go to jail.
If she did, that's all bullshit.
Yeah, my first instinct would be no, but I don't know.
Whatever.
Yeah, but unfortunately, none of the ways of feminism are totally pure. Now, that doesn't mean I'm not in favor of women having the right to vote. Of course I am. I'm in favor of every single solitary human being having the right to vote in an ideal world. But feminism as an ideology and a movement is fucked. Whether it's the first wave, the second wave, or the third wave.
I think the second wave had the most rounded view.
Yeah. I would definitely say the second wave had the most point, because the second wave gave us people like, what the fuck was her name? Camille Paglia and Christina Hoff Sommers, who, if all feminists were like Camille Paglia or Christina Hoff Sommers, I probably wouldn't consider myself a feminist still, but I wouldn't consider myself an anti-feminist at that point either. If all feminists were like Camille Paglia, Cassie J, or Christina Hoff Sommers. But we don't live in that world. We live in the world where when a woman says, I'm not a feminist because feminists aren't radical enough, all the feminists turn to her and go, you're right, we aren't radical enough. We should become more radical. Oh, God. After she shoots a fucker who's a famous artist, no less. Oh, boy. Back on point, though.
Mm-hmm. All right. Daughter of the Revolution and Liberator of Chinese Womanhood, declared a 1928 article in the Billings, Montgomery Weekly Gazette. Embodiment of New China echoed the San Francisco Examiner. Born into a wealthy traditional family in southern China in 1891, Chang openly rebelled against the monotonous domestic life of a daughter of the elite, ripping off the bandages used to bind her feet, and refused arranged marriage.
Wait. So she was a rich woman whose problem was basically, you don't let me do enough as a rich, wealthy housewife. I feel the need to facepalm again. 'Cause it's like this is sounding a lot like the kind of story that got bent out of shape into a propaganda piece. Because the funny thing about most of the Western suffragettes were they were also bored rich housewives. So much so that one of the earliest texts of first wave feminism was a essay by a woman by the name of Betty Friedan.
You're going to get a kick out of the next line, next paragraph, actually.
Okay.
Because
Well,
to be
let
fair,
me. Okay.
I'm sorry. No, please finish your thought.
Okay. Well, the funny thing about Betty Friedan's problem with no name was the problem she was talking about. The problem with no name was boredom. Her argument was essentially, women, rich women have so many luxuries that I have nothing to do, and it's boring. So not only do I need to have all the luxuries of a rich woman, but somebody also needs to make sure I have something to do that's meaningful in my life. Not kidding.
I will say about this Jane girl, she had more balls than the actual suffragettes.
Yes, I'm sure in traditional China there was more of a structure in place. I'm just saying it wouldn't surprise me if there's some spinning going on here.
While still in her teens, Cheng joined a secret cell sworn to overthrow the emperor, smuggling bombs into Beijing for a final assault. The 1911 revolution was successful, but China's new president sought dictatorial control. When Cheng and her friends began plotting his ouster, the government put a price on Cheng's head, and her family sent her packing to Paris, where she
Oh,
settled down to study law.
okay, so even if she was a rich brat, which I suspect she may have been, there was at least some genuine balls on her.
And
That being said, the suffragettes also bombed shit, or some of them did anyway. And when they were taken to prison, in a lot of cases, in I believe it was Britain, whole new wings of the prison would be constructed to house the suffragettes because they were women of class, quote unquote, and therefore they were entitled to running water. Mind you, this was in the 1920s or so when running water was still very much a luxury for a lot of people. And most prisons were basically insane asylums. And they were basically every mad hospital archetype you can imagine was actually how most prisons function.
Mhm. Okay. Um, World War One erupted 2 years later, and Cheng began acting as a back-channel conduit between China and France. At the war's end, the nationalist government in southern China made her a delegate to the Paris Peace Conference, the only woman in the world granted such diplomatic credentials.
Well, good for her. I suspect there might have been more to this story, but barring leaving for half an hour to look it up, um, it's a fine story. So yeah.
Mm. By then, Cheng was starting to attract American journalists' attention. One of the most popular misses in Paris today is Mil Chang, proclaimed the Evansville Independent Press in 1919. Uh, she is a lawyer, uh, aiding world feminists in presenting women's claims to the Peace Congress.
And once again, I must ask, did she consider herself a feminist, or was that label put on her? That's the question. Because it's very possible that she didn't consider herself a feminist. Which, either way is fine. I'm just saying it seems like the Western media might have put that on her. although I do think it's funny that for however oppressed she might have been in her native country, uh, even back in 1919 and so forth, the Western media ran with it as a basically a puff piece or a human interest story. And that was supposedly back in even before the 1950s when everything was still quote unquote patriarchal. So funny how the patriarchy really liked the idea of a Chinese rebel woman, even if she was rich.
All right.
Just saying that sort of undermines the whole women were always vilified by men narrative there, doesn't it? But moving on.
Hmm. Zhang went on to become China's first female lawyer and judge. She married her friend and law partner Wei Tao Ming. I said that name wrong. I'm sorry, but refused to allow marriage to put a halt to her ambitions, becoming, in the words of the Los Angeles Times, one of the most remarkable women in modern China.
Yeah.
Well, modern by their times.
Well, but again, good for her for being ambitious.
I have no idea how the fuck this relates to Milan, but you know.
Well, presumably because she was inspired by the story of what would become Mulan, I think.
Yeah, I'm just thinking this just it's the classic thing, spiel about something and then haphazardly stumble into.
Completely irrelevant. Sidebar later. Yeah.
I mean, we're no different, but
Well, true, but we're also not paid to be professional writers.
I think we carry ourselves differently if we were.
Yeah, if we were, there would be less sidebars, and
Yeah,
also if we were writing in text, we would probably be more concerned with grammatical structure and stuff.
yeah. In the early 1930s, Chang helped draft China's first modern civil code, which granted women freedom to choose whom to marry, to divorce, and to retain separate property as wives. In 1931, she became president of the University of Shanghai School of Law. Chang always credited her willingness to challenge gender norms to Mon. I never grew tired of hearing about her and begged for the story over and over again. She would write in her autobiography. Oh, hmm,
And again, good for her. I find it slightly suspect that she was a rich woman, but that's neither here nor there.
yeah.
Um,
Wasn't Milan supposed to be like just a kind of common farm girl?
yeah, she was a peasant.
Hmm. Anyway,
But still, that that being as it may, I might just be a little bit overly cynical because the Western suffragettes were also rich women, and when you actually look into their philosophies, they were not exactly the moral paragons of righteous womanhood that they get painted as in history classes and stuff. But barring going and looking up this person and finding some sort of skeleton in her closet, that's a perfectly serviceable story. And again, I must ask, did she consider herself a feminist, or was she just out for equality, and then the label feminist got applied to her post hoc?
mhm.
But those two problems aside, moving on.
Right. During World War II, Chiang and Madame Chiang Kai-shek toured the U.S., drumming up support for China's fight against Japan, while Chiang's husband served as China's ambassador in Washington. She would return to America from Taiwan in the mid 1950s for cancer treatment. In 1959, she died, forgotten, not far from where Disney Studios would twice breathe new life into the Mulan legend.
Hmm.
Hmm.
That is kind of sad that she wasn't as remembered as she probably could have been.
Yeah. Disney's first go around in 1998, the animated musical version of Mulan barely departed from the traditional. Um,
I don't know about that.
well, okay, it depends on how they define traditional. Are they talking traditional Disney movies
Are they talking like traditionalism?
or the traditionalist China like
Yeah,
stuff?
because those three definitions are very very different.
Hmm.
Um,
I will be right back.
okay. Let's see. I feel like I should be singing something for Milan, but I can't think of any of the actual beginning words. Like I can hear the various like choruses and shit for the songs, but I can't think of how most of the songs began. And God damn it, I'm gonna have to listen to the soundtrack for Milan again, just so that in future, if we ever cover a story about Milan and Brainstormer needs to go away, I can sing thematically appropriate songs. Um, God damn it. And the only one I can think of is Reflection, and that's a very gendered song, so I'm not gonna sing that. Curse you inextricable lack of appropriate lyrics. Um,
All right, I am back. Had to stretch my legs a little bit, and Slitherclaw says, "Make a man of you." We're already dudes, dude.
yes. But that being said, I don't remember the opener to Make a Man Out of You. Otherwise,
Let's get down to business.
God damn it! How the hell did I forget that? Well, in future, if we cover anything Mulan related and Brainstormer needs to do things elsewhere, I will sing "Make a Man Out of You."
I can send you a few covers. That's kind of how I remember it. Sometimes, Uh,
Hmm.
I'll be honest. I never really listened that much to that song. So
Well, if I listen to it, I listen to the Captain America AMV of it. Somebody synced up that song to the transformation scenes in Captain America: The First Avenger.
I know there's like someone did a version of it where it's like I'll make a Jedi out of you, which is really good actually. And I am going to send that to you.
Yeah,
Actually.
I've seen a lot of Disney Star Wars parodies. My favorite though happens to be the Darth Vader version of Let It Go,
Oh
which
yeah,
which,
yeah.
which is Let It Flow.
I've seen that. Yeah. All right. Civic Claw says maybe a girl worth fighting for to defeat the progressives. Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't do for me to sing that because I mostly prefer dudes. Unless I could gender swap it, which would kind of defeat the point.
Mm-hmm. All right. So the filmmakers carefully wrapped Mulan's gender-bending militancy in a blanket of domestic domesticity.
Domesticity.
Thank you, Domesticity. Domesticity. Okay. As the story opens, Mulan is heading to a matchmaker, and it ends with her hinted marriage to Captain Li Shang.
Well, yes, they spent the entire movie basically making romantic googly eyes at each other. That is typically how that happens.
Oh,
And
hey,
not to mention they fought next to each other in a freaking war. I'd get pretty close to somebody too at that point.
also, most romances actually start off as friendships.
Yeah.
Oh, and Slitherclaw says, try the Marine one with Lee Emery and his opening lines in Full Metal Jacket. Huh. Did not know that one. Be right
I
back.
didn't know that either. Funny. Moving on though. Unless he left again. Did he leave? Brainstormer, I can't hear you. If you
I'm back.
Okay.
I have popcorn.
Huzzah.
All right, so
Mhm.
Mulan 22 years later is in the hands of a female director and aimed at a generation of engaged, socially aware young women.
Um oh god. Number one, what relevance does it being a female director have? No, number two, I doubt very much you would say that about the women who agree with the Honey Badgers, who are themselves women and men's rights advocates, by the way. Because I'll tell you something. Most of my interesting little factoids about the history of the first wave, I originally was introduced to them and then looked them up for myself later by Karen Strawn, aka Girl Writes What, on YouTube. Um, and she by the way is a badass for anyone that doesn't know Karen Strawn. She is best Karen. I will broker no dissent as far as that goes. With that, our as far as the MRAs are concerned, our Karen is the best Karen. God damn it. Um, but being that as it may, my back to my point. Do women who support men's rights advocacy count as socially engaged young women? I'm gonna venture a guess and say that you would say no to that if I actually was allowed to ask you that question. And a lot of women aren't feminists, just so we're clear, because studies have shown that roughly 8% of Americans and 20% of people in the UK consider themselves to be feminists. And some of the people who I'm sure consider themselves to be feminists are, in fact, men. So it would very much seem like, at the very least, feminism is not the majority opinion among that allegedly socially active generation of
Okay,
young women.
so I looked up the director, Nikki Caro. If I said that name wrong, I'm sorry.
I
Um,
believe you got it right. I've heard other people say it that way.
Milan will be her 10th film.
What else has she done?
Memory and Desire, Heavenly Vintage, North Country, McFarlane USA, Zookeeper's Wife, and Ray, Whale Rider. I always.
I have heard of none of these.
Okay, man.
Also, your dog.
Yep. I'll be right back.
Let's see. Let's get down to business to defeat the Huns. Did they send me daughters when I asked for sons? You're a spineless, pale, pathetic lot, and you haven't got a clue. Somehow I'll make 'em mad. out of you. I'm never gonna catch my breath. Say goodbye to those who knew me. Boy, was I a fool in school for cutting G. This guy's got him scared to death. Hope he doesn't see right through me. Boy, I really wish that I knew how to swim. Be a man. You must be swift as a coursing river, with all the force of a
I'm back.
great typhoon. Okay.
So yeah, that. Alright, so moving forward, the studio essentially, studio essentially admitted as much when it released the first Mulan trailer during the U.S. Women's Soccer Team Championship game in the 2019 FIFA Women's World Cup, a match where chants of equal pay rivaled those of USA. And in February, in a bow to the Me Too movement, Disney revealed that the latest Mulan will not be quoted by her commanding officer.
So you're robbing women of the opportunity to have romance, and you consider this to be progressive. Bearing in mind that one of the most popular genres among women are romances, and that actually includes same gender romances. By the way, the largest consumers of gay romance fiction are actually women, because apparently women like the idea of dudes banging other dudes.
Hmm. Uh, um, a century ago, Soy Mei Chang broke one social convention after another by modeling her life on Mulan. We'll see if Disney follows Chang's lead and grants Mulan what centuries of women warriors have struggled to attain: a fully formed identity as a daughter, patriot, and feminist.
The ideology of feminism hasn't existed for centuries, by the way. It has existed for roughly exactly two. The first use of the word feminism was by Charles Fourier. And Charles Fourier didn't mention equality anywhere. His suggestion was, and he was a member of what you could call the classically liberal set, at least the French variation of it. His suggestion was, in the absence of God as a moral standard for society, we should judge societies based on how they impact women. Not all people, not the vulnerable, not those in need, but specifically women. So if we're going back as far as a few centuries, feminism has nothing whatsoever to do with equality by its original definition, by the person who originally used the goddamn word. And also, people that strive for equality can do so without calling themselves feminists or making any concessions whatsoever to the ideology of feminism. Thanks. As long as the term egalitarianism exists, there is no need to co-opt every fight for equality and term it feminism. Fuck right off. Also, the woman that you've described, you yourself said that she had a husband. So literally, you are now making Disney's Mulan less than, or I guess Disney is on your behalf, less than this woman, because she was able to do all the shit that she was able to do and still get the guy at the end of it. Whereas apparently Mulan doesn't in this version. So she goes through all that work and she can't even say that she has someone who loves her at the end of it. Nice going, feminists and Disney and feminists by proxy. You literally made a woman capable of doing fewer things. and somehow you've defined this as equality. Fail. And just so we're clear, if this was a male character, I would be saying the same thing. Because I don't know if you've noticed being a human or anything, but humans like the idea of people who they desire caring about them. Humans want love. It is kind of in our nature. That's why sex feels so fucking good. Because if sex didn't feel as good as it fucking feels, and it wasn't such a crucial part of human nature, we wouldn't have reproduced to the point that we're literally overpopulating the planet. Kind of a necessary part of being a fucking human being. Or a mammal in general. Just so we're clear. Fucking hell.
So these next ones are going to kind of fly by.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so first review is one of Guillermo del Toro's Tales of Arcadia Wizards.
Yeah.
I watched the whole series last Friday when it came out.
Mm-hmm.
And when we had a little bit of a discussion last week about it, Dalton, and kind of before this stream too.
Yeah.
I was gonna rewatch it to be more fresh for this review, but I'll be honest, I didn't get past like the first episode and the first half of the second episode.
Mm-hmm.
I think the overall, I think the series is fine for what it is. My major gripe, obviously, is because it is part of it's a trilogy of series, and it really does feel like you have to watch the two other series for like to know know some of the other characters. The main character, Hexadukes, I believe his name is a good character and works in this series a lot because you see him grow, you see him become a better wizard and stuff. And I really like that because he is the main character.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, my major gripe obviously is just mainly it feels like there's too much context I'm missing.
Mm-hmm.
That is pretty much it. That's kind of my shortest review I can do.
Yeah.
Don, you got anything?
Obviously, I always like when a story focuses on magic because, yeah, kind of my thing. That being said, I'm also the easiest play in the world for Guillermo del Toro, and I've liked both of the previous Tales of Arcadia shows, so I don't really have massive problems with this one or anything noteworthy. It's a worthy capstone. It just, like Brainstorm was saying, I kind of wish I had watched all three of the series in preparation so that I could have the kind of Avengers Infinity War moment of like every little bit of the world building has led up to this point. Of course, whenever time travel shows up, there are some moments because time travel is essentially made of headfuck. But that being as it may, it's still a good series.
Yeah, I do think it kind of follows the whole, you are the architects of events kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
I will say it's only 10 episodes. I do feel like it kind of drags in some spots, like
Yeah.
pacing wise, which is honestly a problem with most shows, I will say.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that again, major gripes. Obviously, just it has. Well, honestly, I don't know where I was going. Like overall, the whole show is fine. It's just it doesn't. It's not as epic as I thought it would be, like from the trailer and stuff.
Yeah, it doesn't quite have the epic finale feel to it, but
Right, because it's actually because there's supposed to be a movie coming out next year that really ends everything.
Yeah, the capstone, which sweet.
Yeah. And it really feels like this is just another chapter to that.
Which it is. So all the better.
Yeah. Um, I will say the animation is.
It's very obvious that this is made by DreamWorks, which always surprises me whenever I see the icon for DreamWorks come up. But yeah, this was made by DreamWorks at the behest of Guillermo del Toro.
Yeah,
So
but the thing is it's a TV DreamWorks.
Mhm.
It's not as. I mean, it has its moments of cinematic animation,
Yeah,
but most of the time it's kind of flat,
yeah.
unfortunately.
But if you liked Penguin of Madagascar, the show, or I can't
Various How to Train Your Dragon spin-off series.
yeah, then you'll then actually this is a vast improvement over most of those.
Yeah, but again, like
It it's on the par with something like Shrek 2 or 3 in terms of its animation quality. And the character designs are a lot more quote unquote realistic than that. So
mhm.
no big no the animation doesn't really detract from anything.
That's just my gripe. Again, like
Mhm.
um, yeah, I mean, nothing really else to say. It's just it's a fairly okay series. Again, it just it feels like we're missing a lot of context because we have not really watched the other shows. So
I feel bad for The Apprentice though, because I know it was played as a joke in the first episode, but eventually you'll master yourself and you'll never need to push a broom around again. Literally 9 centuries later, like guys, what?
yeah,
You're telling me he didn't ascend to wizard status in all that time, but he's going to ascend in the space of this show.
I actually
Okay.
place over like a good week or a couple weeks,
Uh-huh.
like in the past at least.
Yeah.
See, that's kind of the thing is that it does seem like it takes place over only a few days, I believe.
Hmm.
I don't know, like I really got nothing. I can't really
Hmm.
complain because I don't have enough context to really complain anything about.
Yeah.
So yeah, I would have wished that they could have done a jumping back and forth, like to the past and to the present. I realized there was more that would have taken a little bit away, but I feel like that would have added more stakes if we saw what was happening.
It also would have benefited from Troll Hunter having multiple seasons.
Yeah.
Um, which maybe they will do eventually. But I believe Three Below has the same problem of only having one season, and it feels a little lopsided. Given that Troll Hunter has multiple seasons and none of the other shows have multiple seasons. So if anything, I want more of Wizards and I also want more of Three Below so that it is more evenly spaced and each show has multiple seasons.
Hmm. Okay. So moving on.
Yeah. Huh?
Okay. So this was a movie that recently came out Friday.
Yep.
One we were very excited to talk about.
Yeah, the trailer did a really good job of selling it.
Mm. So Project Power, starring Jamie Foxx and Joseph Gordon-Levitt and Dominique Fishback. Um, so the whole premise is basically this drug called Power. Um, basically gives the whoever takes it a specific superpower for 5 minutes.
Yeah, that was probably my one complaint with it, was that if it had been like an hour rather than 5 minutes, I think that would have made it better.
Well, I think you can keep it going if you take more.
Well, yeah. I'm just saying. I think that if they had, and that actually was the other thing. I wish there had been more long-term consequences to taking it in like rapid succession, because
Yeah,
that
you
that
die.
was something that was something I thought was missing. Was if you take too much of it at one time, it should fuck you up, but good.
Yeah.
Um,
Do you not remember Newt?
um, I remember Newt.
Yeah, a guy caught on fire, and you didn't notice that his body was like scorched and his
No,
face.
but I'm not talking. I'm not talking consequences necessarily to the powers themselves. I'm talking consequences to taking too much of the drug, no matter what your power is.
And he blew up after he took too much. He OD'd.
Hmm.
That
But
doesn't.
I'm not even necessarily talking about ODing. I'm talking about like in the same way long term like cocaine use or meth use will fuck you up. I'd like to have seen the people that do try to cheat by taking one right after the other, having like, I don't know, physical malformations, long-term mutations, cancer maybe, or something like that. So that way there would have been a prohibition against uh, taking one right after the other, or just make the time that it gives you the power for a little longer, so that it makes sense without needing to bring up that question.
Okay. So I guess. Speaking of powers, they actually had a pretty good variety of them throughout,
Mm-hmm.
which I think was something you had brought up during our trailer reaction, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like how you wanted various different.
Powers, yeah.
Yeah.
Rather than just, oh, this makes me faster, or this makes me stronger, or like something other than the basic powers. I guess is what I was looking for.
Right. Do you think they did that? They delivered on that?
Um, yeah, they did. That being said, I would have liked more scenes with the power usage, and I get that they're on a budget, but that just goes to prove I think this should have been a series rather than a movie.
Yeah. I'm not disagreeing with that. I think honestly it would have been cooler as a series.
And if they want to make a series version of this, now that it's apparently really really popular on Netflix, go for it.
Yeah. Um,
It made me nostalgic for like the good parts of the early 2000s superhero movie, or like the late 90s superhero movie. So, and we discussed this before stream, something equivalent to like the 90s Spawn movie.
and I think I said this in the trailer reaction that it's basically what if Dwayne McDuffie had wrote an Image comic back in the day.
Yeah. And if nothing else, this makes me want a Static Shock movie.
Mm-hmm.
Because what are the power pills but basically a more contained version of the Bang Baby syndrome?
Mm-hmm. I liked. There were like two favorite powers of mine that came in.
Hmm.
Um, the very flexible guy, you know, like
Mm-hmm.
goes to Leverpuff for a second,
Yeah.
mainly because it was. I think for the most part that was an actual contortionist they got,
Yeah. Probably.
which
It
I
wouldn't it wouldn't surprise me if Daniel Browning Smith, the guy that actually was the contortionist and uh was the host of Stan Lee's Superhumans, it wouldn't surprise me if he uh would have done that role.
yeah, but I appreciate that they did the practical effect. They did kind of a practical thing with it,
Mm-hmm.
and also, and my other favorite power was Jamie Foxx's character's power, which was pretty cool.
Uh-huh.
Like because they alluded to it with the I believe it was the bullet shrimp
Yeah.
thing. If you don't know what a bullet shrimp is, look it up because
Mhm.
I cannot remember the exact words that were used to define it. But
Mhm.
it was a pretty cool power. I'm not trying to like get into spoiler territories as much. So
Yeah.
shoot.
Um, that being said, I do wish there was more mental powers.
Well, okay. I The thing is that the powers kind of come from animals. Is the thing like they alluded to that.
Mhm.
So I don't really think that was possible.
Well, I mean, if Spider-Man can have spider senses, then something like that could have flown. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I just wish there was more of an abstraction to it. And now that you point that out, the getting the powers from animals sort of does make sense. Which brings up the question of what the fuck did they get? What the fuck animal did they extract the um uh what do they call it? Spontaneous combustion human torch like power from?
That's actually a fair point. Huh.
Did somebody discover a phoenix? Because that seems like a bigger deal than the
Oh,
power pills. No,
what about thermal regulation?
well, I guess so, but by that logic, then shouldn't like if thermal regulation can turn into spontaneous combustion, then I'm sure there's some aspect of like pheromones or something that could have turned into telepathy.
By the way, it was. Should we talk about the characters?
Yeah, sure.
All right. Jamie Foxx's character is fairly typical for the most part.
Mhm.
I mean, he's interesting. Um, Mainly how he interacts with like Dominic Fishback's character, Riley Reed, Reed.
Mhm.
Yeah. Because um, it's a good back and forth. Like I like the chemistry between the characters because it feels natural. It feels like it works,
Yep.
which is that's always good for a cast.
Uh-huh. The actors I think carried this movie a lot because if the actors had been more boring, this probably wouldn't have worked as well as it did.
Yeah. Um, but I do like that he has he has the link with power before the movie itself.
Hmm.
Like um how he was like the first test subject for Project Power,
Hmm.
which was pretty cool. Um, Although I'm not gonna get into that. I think for the most part, Joseph Gordon-Levitt kind of was the core of the cast. To be honest,
Yeah.
like he again, like he was the fairly typical cop, the good cop. Well,
Yeah.
he's a good cop in the kind of corrupted world.
Yeah.
I kind of I kind of wish we could have brought this up when we were talking about Morley Gray. You know, the
Yeah.
Polygon.
And the whole cop thing, especially when they got into that.
Yeah, but you know, he he he's a good guy who does some questionable things for for reasons he would want to. You know,
Uh-huh.
um, God, I'm trying to think here. You know, because he I honestly say, well, Jamie Foxx as more of like a father figure to uh, Dominic Fishback's character.
Hmm.
Joseph Gordon-Levitt's character acts more like a kind of older brother.
Mhm.
Also, his power was pretty interesting because I believe it's again like it's. I think it's like alluded that it comes from an armadillo.
Hmm.
That's cool.
Yeah. Um. The thing about Project Power though is I would never take this pill because I would never know what power I was gonna get, and that would bother me. Like if I could take a pill and be sure that I was gonna get a power that I would want, that would be one thing. But
Yeah.
I don't think I'd ever take this pill because it having the random genetic aspect.
Hmm.
Also, why didn't it turn anyone into the guy from Limitless for 5 minutes?
Hmm.
Because that could have easily been accomplished.
Probably not as fun
Well, true,
visually. I mean,
but if it, well, I mean, there are a lot of really interesting ways to portray intelligence. Like, if you've ever seen Sherlock, how they show his deductions kind of is very visually interesting.
mhm.
Even if I don't necessarily like Sherlock as much as a lot of people do.
Oh, I think we should talk because we brought this up. The visual style of Project Power.
Yeah.
Holy fucking shit! Is it awesome?
Yeah. Again, Hollywood, take fucking notes. This is how you use color. Please utilize the fucking high-res digital Technicolor bullshit you have.
Again, it's just editing software, most likely Adobe Premiere,
Mm-hmm.
which anyone can buy. By the way,
Yeah, like Brainstormer or I have taken screenshots or video from movies and upped their color content. It is not that hard, especially when you consider that you have the resources of Hollywood, and I have my phone, and Brainstormer occasionally gets access to like Adobe Premiere.
yeah, it just again, like I said, it looks both like a comic book and like an actual movie.
Yeah, it reminded me actually a lot of the visual style of M. Night Shyamalan's superhero trilogy, but kind of taken to the next logical step.
Mm-hmm.
Because it has that same sort of comic book color scheme, but in a more realistic setting sort of vibe to it. And,
Mm-hmm.
and the cool thing is you don't really notice it until you start thinking in comic book terms. Then it's like, oh, well, damn.
Yeah, I would say honestly, it's framed like a comic book too. You know, if you
Yeah.
haven't taken notice to take how it's like shot and stuff.
And I will give props to the guy who wrote the script as well. And I'm glad that he will be one of the writers on um Robert Pattinson's Batman.
Really,
Yeah, he's apparently going to be one of the writers on Robert Pattinson's Batman.
I will say this though: the movie is very black. Not obviously not to be racist, but
Yeah, it's very culturally black. There's a very inner city. Like it reminds me a lot of Luke Cage and how that was very heavy on the racial culture content.
yeah, which I think it honestly works. It really
Yeah,
does. And
it does.
I do like that it's set in New Orleans, like not like a typical metropolitan area.
Uh-huh.
Like it just has this vibrancy and just again like color to it
Yeah.
that's so
And
different than
and
anyone else.
and New Orleans, Nolans is such a great background for so many stories. Um,
Hmm. Oh, should we bring up the scene we had once covered because we needed more? We couldn't really talk about it.
oh,
The rap scene.
yeah, yeah, it was better, but it was still kind of cringy.
I think it worked better because it was actually it was like kind of a mind thing.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, no, it was still kind of weird.
It felt very out of place. Is the thing.
Ironically, though, I like the rapping. I do. I like the rapping from Dominique Fishback's character because she can rap, which is pretty good.
Yeah, I still had a hard time figuring out what the fuck she was saying. It almost made me want to.
Did you have your subtitles on?
It almost made me want to put the subtitles on. I might rewatch it again with the subtitles on just for that. And if it cops out and says, like indiscriminate rapping or something in parentheses, I'm gonna be really annoyed. Tell me what the fuck she's saying so I have context. God damn you.
It doesn't, and that just means that you do not understand rap at all.
It is very possible.
No, white guy doesn't know rap. How original.
Okay. It also might be that I'm not from an inner city, so I might not have the ear for the gangster whining that usually is what rap involves.
But yeah, no.
Rap is honestly almost as bad as country music in terms of whining about shit.
Bet you never heard of country rap.
Unfortunately, I have, and
I don't think I've actually heard any, to be honest.
fortunately, the ones I'm aware of are parodies. But dear God, why do they exist?
What was it? Yeah, no, it was actually a really good movie overall. Had some issues. I think pacing wise, it could have been better, a little more tight knit.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, overall, I'm pretty sure it's going to get a sequel because, again, the ending kind of alluded to that.
Also, apparently, according to Netflix statistics, it's one of the most popular things they've ever had. So, have at it, Netflix.
Yeah.
And if you want, and better yet, make this a fucking series.
Honestly, I would prefer. I don't know. I'm not sure live action. I kind of would think animated, but I think that might detract from it.
It probably would. It would miss at least a little bit of the visual style if it were transitioned to animated.
All right.
Not saying they couldn't do an animation style like Class of 3000 or like Static Shock or something, but I'd much rather see it as a live action continued series.
Yeah.
And that doesn't even necessarily mean you can't do sequels to the movie directly either. I see no reason why it couldn't be both a series of movies and a TV series.
Yeah, honestly, I would have the series set a couple, some years in the future where Project Power becomes kind of less more known things.
And maybe they could refine the pill more so that the powers lasted longer.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Okay, here's an idea. What if in the future series the powers last a half an hour each and every episode takes place in real time? Like somebody takes the pill at the start of the episode and then it becomes a ticking clock.
Yeah. So yeah. Fairly good movie. Wizards was fairly okay. Got nothing really else to say. I unfortunately haven't been able to really read any comics over the week to really recommend. I will, in terms of comic book stuff, I will recommend Project Power.
Yeah, it's for anyone that hasn't already checked it out, which according to Netflix's numbers is most of their subscriber base, have checked it out already. Go give it a look.
Mm-hmm. All right, so with that, folks, I want to say goodbye, adios, aloha, auf Wiedersehen, sayonara, peace, cheers, and
Shalom. Don't take untested drugs that